Welcome, everyone. And thank you for being here today. My name is Jakob Bøs, and I'm head of Group Positioning and Sustainability here at Danske Bank, and I'm part of the commercial leadership of the bank. And we are very happy to see you all here today. I also serve on the board of the think tank, so I'm also deeply involved with what we're going to be discussing here today. And Stocktaking Europe, Stocktaking EU comes at a very important moment. We are 1 year into the Commission's mandate, at a time where Europe is working hard to strengthen itself internally while navigating very rapidly shifting geopolitical dynamics. And in that context, the report offers a very valuable and important compass for understanding what's going on, how far we've come, and what the direction could be going forward. At Danske Bank, we also follow European policy developments closely because they shape the conditions for the financial sector, for the businesses, and for all of our customers across the Nordics. And I would say when it comes to the European agenda, we like to think of ourselves as impatient optimists. We are confident in Europe's long-term potential, but we're also very eager to see progress. And that's, of course, also why the report today is a very important document for all of us to discuss. I would like to thank Lykke Friis and the entire Think Tank Europe team for bringing us together. And we are, as always, very happy to open up our premises for these kinds of important discussions. So let me just say welcome to all of you, and we look forward to very good discussions during today.
Thank you so much for hosting us, Jakob, and we will be back. As Director of Think Tank Europa, it gives me great pleasure to welcome you all to today's conference. Maybe it's not that surprising that you turned up, because I'm sure that you and the rest of us following us online are confused, are puzzled by the many events taking place. Words matter. In speeches, they can even make history, or capture and call out the changes taking place around us. Just take Winston Churchill's speech in Zurich after the Second World War. We must build a kind of United States of Europe. Or take Ronald Reagan's speech before the Brandenburger Gate. Mr. Gorbachev, let's tear down this wall. Or Anders Fogh Rasmussen's declaring that a new Europe is born, welcoming new member states into the European family. Today, I'll refer to a more recent speech, which at least to me sums up the zeitgeist of these days. We know the old order is not coming back. We shouldn't mourn it. Nostalgia is not a strategy, quote unquote. Most of you have guessed which speech I'm referring to, the much discussed Davos speech of Canada's Prime Minister, Mark Carney. In his speech, he also invoked Václav Havel. In 1994, Havel himself went to the US and spoke on Independence Day at Liberty Hall, Philadelphia. I quote, "It seems that something is on the way out and something else is painfully being bought," quote unquote. 32 years later, many Europeans, maybe also you, I presume, have the same feeling. What comes next? To answer that, we must take stock. We must ask and understand, where are we now? We must search for solutions for a Europe that is caught between the Russian threat to the east, the MAGA threat from the west, and China lurking in the background. And as Carney reminds us, we must do that without nostalgia, and this creates many dilemmas. Just think about the elephant or maybe the polar bear in the room. At what cost should we defend Greenland's territorial integrity? When you consider Europe's dependence on Article 5 and the US willingness to defend Ukraine, the complexities multiply. Here today at this conference, we are not standing on a piece of thin ice, but on hard facts, because this conference is part of our multi-annual Stocktaking EU project, building on this report, the 26th Stocktaking report, which I'm holding here, as you can see. The report assesses the Commission's objectives across several key policy areas, helping policymakers and businesses, in other words, all of you, better navigate the European political landscape. And you can find the QR code down there if you like to access it. We better get started. A stroke of luck. Well, in these dramatic times, that rarely happens, if at all. But at Think Tank Europa, it has happened. Because when we persuaded none other than Margrethe Vestager, former Executive Vice President of the European Commission, to chair the board for our stock-taking project, we had no idea that you would be this committed. You spent so much time with us presenting the report to the media, etc., etc. And you're not even on the payroll. Although the other day I nearly tripped over a green cast iron pot that we bought for you. Green for green energy. So, ladies and gentlemen, the stage is yours, Margrethe Vestager.
Thank you very much. And you all know Lucas, so you will know why this is an offer that you can't refuse. And I think it is indeed important, because if we do not take stock of the progress that we make, or the lack of progress that we make, we have no way of knowing what direction we're traveling. And a lot of decision makers, a lot of business people, a lot of civil society leaders, they have to juggle a number of different things in almost complete uncertainty. They don't know. I think it was a very important speech that Carney made. I think, though, that he was too kind. Because the world didn't work before the first Trump presidency. Only the disorder was stable. And because the disorder was stable, we kind of thought that we could muddle through. Now, when President Trump put in or poured in steroids in the pot, that disorder is now a completely unpredictable, uncertain, accelerating disorder. But the reason why I think that Carney was too kind was not only the muddling through, but also the fact that we did not listen to the voices of the old stable disorder. The UN was not the force of peace and conflict resolution that it was there created for. The WTO didn't work. Judges had not been named for a very, very long time. And no one really took up the EU reform proposal. We kind of did la 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 to the voices of the, what a bit misleading is called the Global South. When they said, yes, global order, but why does it have to be your global order that you put on the rest of us in order to prevent yourself from starting a third world war? Maybe another global order is warranted. And we didn't listen. The actions that we took, they were small, and they were muted, and they were definitely not effective in reaching another more just global order. So to some degree, we have ourselves to thank for the situation that we're in today. And Jean-Claude Juncker always said, could we please repair the roof when the sun is shining? And the reason why he said that was that he knew that European culture is that we only do it when it's pouring down. We don't even register the holes in order to repair the roof when the rain has stopped. And I think that's a very important lesson about ourselves, that only when the pressure is really, really big do we come together in order to create something new. And I think this is why the stock-taking report is so important, because it's short and clear and fact-based, and it's very pragmatic. It's not asking for the moon, it's just asking for the European Union to do what the European Union says it wants to do. And when you go through it, you'll see the shortcomings. You see, not even that are we capable of. And the problem of not being capable of doing what we said we wanted to do a year ago is that between a year ago and now, things have accelerated. Europe needs to step in to create that new world order, because the huge majority of countries on this planet and the huge majority of people on this planet, they are better off with a world order instead of the jungle where might is right. And the second thing, that in order to be that active voice for that new world order, Europe needs to be stronger and more independent. Not independent, but more independent. And also here you'd find data and sparks and insights in the report to underline that. We used to be dependent on Russian gas. Some member states almost 100%. Did we stop that when the war started with the Russian aggressive attack on Ukraine? And if you think it's cold today in Copenhagen, then think about the people without electricity and heating in Kiev and other cities. No, we did not. We only stopped when Putin closed the taps. That is what it takes for us to push us out of our comfort zone. We're dependent on China for critical materials, for market, for production capacity. Slowly that is changing, if permitting allows. We're dependent on the US for security and for most things digital. Slowly changing, if we are curious and decisive enough to do something else than we did yesterday. So for the first time in a very long time, we need to draw on the experiences of what we achieved during the pandemic, the electricity crisis, when the Russians attacked Ukraine. Because those were only sort of the warming up of what we have ahead of us. But what it gives is a sense of meaningfulness, a sense of purpose, and it allows us to see all the strength of Europe that are there. And they are many, and you see that in the report as well. And this is why, despite all of this, I really do think that Europe can make it, because we have so much more than what we allow ourselves to see. And the minute that we take off the cloak of convenience and of modeling through, we can achieve what seems to be impossible, what is really the mission, which is to contribute to a planet in balance and to continue to be the best place to live ever in human history, especially if you're a woman. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this excellent start, this conference. It is time to listen. I guess that's also a very good motto for a conference. When you mentioned Jean-Claude Juncker, I thought you were going to say something else. Another quote. We know what to do in order to change. We just don't know how to do it and still win elections. But here your point was that we should prove him wrong. And that's also our motto here, our task here. Now I'm going to turn to the first item on the agenda, the EU's ability to compete. I start with Churchill, and Churchill once said, however beautiful a strategy, you should occasionally look upon its implementation. So that is what we'll do now. We'll look upon sort of what's happening with regards to the Draghi report. Well, some things have happened. For instance, the omnibus sort of process has been launched, but also a number of things have not sort of been carried out. So this is what we'll discuss, also because the world has not sort of been doing absolutely nothing while we've been going to various conferences like this. We'll start with a short statement by the Danish Minister of Economic Affairs, Stephanie Lose, and she played a very active role also during the Danish EU presidency. Let's see whether we have her here.
We need to have a consolidated overview of all new EU legislation on the way through, regardless of what council formation. And it's not because I'm saying, there can't be a new piece of regulations with any burdens at all, because EU regulation can be really good in terms of the single market, competitiveness, green transition, security, you name it. There's a lot of decent purposes for EU regulation. But when it comes with burdens, we need to make sure that the proportions are right. And then finally, also the importance, which is a classical Danish topic, of structural reforms. So we've also been discussing structural reforms all the way through the Danish presidency. That's linked to the new fiscal policy rules, of course, and trying to promote the importance of every country also doing their own homework.
What about sort of our position and look upon the economic overall policy? We used to speak about the frugal camp. We had frugal countries sort of being very sort of active. Also, we had the last MFF negotiation. Are we still that camp? Does that camp still exist, or?
Well, I don't think we should be part of a camp in that way. We've shown that on the SAFE instrument and the loans with the national escape clauses and the fiscal policy rules, because when comparing to the need to spend more money on defense in Europe and to be able to do it fast, that has to be the most important thing.
Let's move on then, because this was sort of the EU's ability to compete. Ukraine was also a major issue on your sort of table, so to speak, desk. And you managed to agree upon this new economic package, 90 billion euros to Ukraine. Is that enough?
It's not like enough forever, but it's a very, very important step in 2026 and in 27.
So it's 2 years, yeah.
Because it's also the prerequisite for the IMF to be able to make a new program for Ukraine. So Ukraine's debt sustainability couldn't endure only loans with interest and repayments and so on. So if we weren't able to provide this solid like base financings from the European Union, then there wouldn't be a foundation for the IMF to make a new program. So if you add up the hopefully new program from the IMF and then the EU financing, then I think we will have provided substantial and necessary help for Ukraine in 26 and 27, and also be able to put them in a better position in the ongoing peace negotiations.
Let's give her a big hand of applause. And one thing she said was connected, I guess, to also what Margrethe Vestager said. Just think about people having to live outside without any kind of heating. And that's what's happening right now in Ukraine. And that'll be a topic we'll get back to when we have the geopolitical item on the agenda. Now we'll stay on this discussion about EU's ability to compete. I'll now see whether I can persuade my panel to join me up here. So this was supposed to be a 360 degrees discussion with representatives from politics, industry, labor, and academia, but we lost labor for a few minutes, maybe a few hours, due to sort of traffic, not with regards to the street, but in the air. But hopefully we'll have that perspective later with Claes Michael Ståhl joining us from ITU. But let's see whether that is possible. But now we have up here Christel Schaldemose, Lars Sandal Sørensen, Carl Johan Dalgaard, and Niels Rideker. And I'll introduce you more as we go along. Christel, Vice President of the European Parliament. How many years have you been in the Parliament by now?
Well, this year it becomes 20 years.
Woo woo! Working for the single market and recently on also the digital area. Can you still travel to the US?
Well, that's a good question. I'm going there in 2 weeks, and we will see.
I was referring to the fact that Breton, as most of you have guessed, he's not able to go there anymore.
But they didn't ban Margrethe, so I guess. Well.
Yeah, well, so there's hope for you even that. Okay, if you look upon what's happened since the Draghi report, are you satisfied?
No, I guess no one is. I have to say, well, I mean, first and foremost, I'm happy that we have started the process, and it's good also to see that we see some progress in some areas. But honestly, being a Dane at least, I think we are not moving fast enough. And representing the European Parliament today, I'm proud of the European Parliament in general, but I have to say that the new mandate we had elected in the summer of 2024 has made things a bit more complicated. At the same time, the geopolitical situation has also become more complicated, and this does not really go hand in hand. And what I mean is that we're trying to find a way to negotiate and compromise in the European Parliament. There are new majority constellations possible. So the biggest group, the EPP group, has now an ability to make majorities with the right side, and they have done it sometimes, causing problems for my side of the parliament. And that makes it a bit complicated, and we saw it in the process of the omnibus, especially the first omnibus that was declined the first time we voted for it, and the second time they used the majority on the right side. I did vote for it, I have to say, and I'm happy I did it, but it is complicated, and we also saw it a couple of 2 weeks ago when we voted. We were going to vote on this court case on Mercosur, and even right now, that was the same week when we saw the threats on Greenland and the threats on new tariffs on the top of the EU-US tariff agreement, and yet a majority decided to kind of postpone the Mercosur agreement in order to test the agreement in the court. And that is what I mean with complicated. The European Parliament is complicated, and unfortunately, I think we are honestly too far away from decisions. So I hope that we will be better, and I hope that the EPP will learn that they cannot trust the right side. 2 weeks ago, they made another motion for censure towards the European Commission president. And EPP is still working with them. On the other hand, on the other side, my side of the parliament also needs to understand that we don't have the same strength we used to have, and we can therefore not demand the same thing to be taken into account when we're negotiating. So we still need to calibrate a little bit, but hopefully, and I think the things we saw around Greenland, taking the Mercosur thing out, has been a game changer, and I think that the people really, truly now understand what a dangerous time we are living in, and that we need to act.
Going back to what Margrethe said at the beginning. Lars Sandahl Sørensen, representing business and also Danish industry here more specifically. You've been the CEO since 2019, but I mean, that is not your most important position. That is obviously to be on the board of Think Tank Europa, and thank you so much for doing this. So mind the gap, right? We all know that when you take the tube in London. So, but which gap is the most important, would you say, that we are sort of having at the moment when you compare Europe to the rest of the world?
I'm happy you're setting it straight. Thanks for this work as well. The problem is there's not only one gap. At least in the tube, there's usually only one gap. We have several gaps, and unfortunately. But in a way,
that sounds dangerous, though. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is pretty dangerous, and in a way, I'm pretty. There's some pretty good news, and I think there's some pretty bad news. And I think.
Let's start with the bad.
We and just trying to make it brief. We need to be realistic. Is it a nice world out there? Is it a fair world out there? It's not. It's not a fair world, and it's not nice. And the tripolar or bipolar world we are into now, where the big countries, economically, militarily, they are pushing us around. And right now, Europe is being pushed around. And we need to face it. We are being pushed around. And if we don't want to be pushed around even more, we need to do some really, really serious things. I think that is clear for most Europeans. I think it's clear for the Commission. It's also clear for our government, which is really good. But it's not totally clear for the Parliament. And it's not totally clear for the bureaucracy that is working to, do what they think the politicians want. So, fact is, so that's on one side. The other side is, as you put it yourself, the speed of which other nations, typically United States and China, are moving at the moment technologically and strategically is amazing. It has not been seen before, and we are lacking behind on so many areas in Europe. Also on innovation, I'm sorry to say, because the good innovators of Europe are moving elsewhere. And it's not something they are going to do, they're doing it right now. So the good news, what's the good news in all this? The good news is, speaking to a number of large investment firms and also political leaders in Davos, everybody seems to say Europe has what it takes if we get it right. It's an interesting market. We want to invest in Europe. We want things to happen in Europe, and you can make it if you cut the decision processes shorter, and if you're willing to take some big stakes. The bad news is the system has not accepted it. So speed here is fundamentally important, because also psychologically, when you're sitting with investment decisions right now, you cannot wait a few years to figure out what will happen in Europe. You need to take decisions now. It goes for safety and security, it goes for defense, but it goes in all other areas as well. I met a number of American business leaders and also politicians who really want Europe to do well, because they can see a well-functioning Europe and a well-functioning United States. It's a strong alliance. And they are getting furious that get it right, secure yourself, move faster, do what Draghi said, use your single market. So they want us to do all those things so we can become stronger. So in that sense, I don't think that they're adversaries to us. The last thing I would like to mention, what's the way forward? I cannot wait for everybody to agree on everything in Europe. It's impossible. So what do? We move in the alliance of the willing. Alliance of the willing on Ukraine, alliance of the willing of defense, alliance of the willing of bioscience, alliance of the willing on energy. Look at Energy Island Bornholm. That was a good decision. Let's go into the North Sea and put some flags into the North Sea so we from Denmark can be the integrators of energy production in the North Sea that can also be utilized in Holland and in Germany before somebody else do it. It takes years to get the approvals. So we have some opportunities. I think we should go more with the alliance of the willing. Nordics is one way of doing that, but I also think there are other alliances of the willing in Europe. So we have what it takes. Others want us to do well. That's a good news. Whether we're able to push ourselves up and do it, that's a big question, and I'm not sure what the answer is. And the gap is there, as you rightly put it.
But with regards to the Energy Island Bornholm, one could make the point that it has taken quite some time for that decision to be reached. But now, due to the geopolitical situation, maybe also because being dependent on LNG gas, American LNG gas, you certainly saw that decision being made. So there is some sort of hope with regards to that, and some sort of new momentum that is now happening.
Exactly, and let's do that in the North Sea.
Yeah.
Huh? So let's do it now.
Yeah. Well,
every day
maybe
we're
not
waiting,
right now, but
energy is getting lost.
Okay. Carl Johan Dalgaard, Professor of Economics, University of Copenhagen, Chairman of the Danish Economic Council, right?
Councils.
Yeah, I did say that. Yeah. You have just come back from one of the geopolitical hotspots in the world, Greenland.
Indeed.
That's not going to be my question. Oh. But we now heard of the statement both from Kressel and then also Lars. We have to do it. Yes, we can do it. But how do we do it then?
Well,
I'm asking Professor of Economics.
It's a rather big question. But I think a common theme in a lot of what we've heard so far is that progress is being made, but it's perhaps on the slow side. And then the question is really, how do you speed up these initiatives? And I think in that area, you have to go to the part of the Draghi report that deals with governance, and especially the dimensions of that part which concerns aspects that have almost institutional flavor to it. So it concerns some of the challenges that is involved around the use of veto power in the council. So it's perhaps somehow being able to use qualified majority voting to a greater extent, for instance. It involves the ability to develop a joint investment strategy in Europe, which in turn relies on decisions in the areas of common debt in the sense of usage for strategic purposes, not only for emergency purposes, which involves decisions regarding common market in the areas of telecom and energy. And I think it relates to decisions that somehow involve the more systematic use of the subsidiarity principle, whereby you can achieve, ideally, a greater focus in political talks on the areas where the EU has a strategic, huge benefit, for instance, competitiveness, environment, defense, and perhaps a scale down in some ways in terms of what EU uses its time for in dimensions that are perhaps preferably solved at the local level. So I think the report talks about a great bargain in the sense of somehow strategically changing the EU collaboration in the direction of a greater amount of integration in the areas where there's a strategic need, but perhaps a softer or looser integration in areas where that's less pertinent. And I think, coming back to sort of, if you were to point to an area where there is need for progress and where progress perhaps have been somewhat lacking, it's in this broad area, because in many other areas, also even areas that pertain to governance, but more at the bureaucratic level in some sense, I mean, along the lines of the competitiveness compass and it changes like the 1 in, 2 out or type of initiatives that are all very useful. It's more that's more of the bureaucratic changes that are useful and important, but sort of the zero frequency in a manner of speaking, and also the key to speeding up some of these initiatives, I think, are found in progress in these areas and that I mentioned, and I think these are areas that so far perhaps hasn't seen much progress.
So far, yeah. Niels Rideker, acting co-director of the Jacques Delors Center in Berlin. And there you are sort of in charge of the overall economic sort of policy, but also industrial policy. And that's actually what I want to ask you about. But you just had lunch, right?
Yes.
With a certain person? No?
No.
Mette Frederiksen? No, you didn't have lunch with her? Then
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
How can you forget having lunch
that
with
was last
Mette?
week. I just
Okay, and how was the meeting? I'm sure you're not allowed to tell us that. On Greenland, well, then the German paper was right. So industrial policy, have we found sort of the right way of approaching that after the Draghi report sort of was published?
no, I don't think so.
Oh, okay.
And I think this is part of a general problem that I think so far we have, the last 1.5 years, we have really focused on the easy stuff in the Draghi report, and that's simplification and the omnibus packages. I'm sure it doesn't feel easy in the European Parliament. But of course, right, we can all agree that the bureaucracy is bad. But I don't think that this is really the growth agenda that we want to see, right, economically, because we, even if you believe the Commission estimates, these omnibus packages, they would lead to cost savings of 12 to 14 billion a year. That's 0.07 percentage points of EU GDP. Even if you believe these numbers, right, that's not a growth strategy, that's more a rounding error. And there's a political issue with this, because we keep blaming, keep telling the story about it's only Brussels bureaucracy idiocy that is standing in the way of European growth, right? And this is really handing out a perfect argument for the far right in the end to then blame Brussels if this strategy doesn't deliver, right? So I think what we need is actually dealing with the issues that we have at the global stage and with the single market. Now, on this industrial policy, we don't have done much, right? We've relaxed state aid rules a bit. This was highly disputed, but it didn't translate into much spending. We've seen, I think, 350 billion in state aid spending since 2019, but in the strategic areas, like clean tech, semiconductors, digital, biotech, only 15% of the spending went there. So we don't see that member states are rushing in support of these industries. I think there's also not a subsidy race. What we're actually seeing is that everyone is doing a bit little. And now we are thinking about what we can do more industrial policy-wise, right? And I think one element is we need to think about trade defense. The Chinese example is still coming from Germany. The amount of fear that has developed in the last 6 months in Berlin about Chinese overcapacities is mind-blowing. Simply because we see like German car exports to China have plummeted 70% since 2022. And at the same time, like imports are exploding from China to the rest of the world. So this is something we need to deal with. This is trade defense. I think we need probably to do more than just these case-by-case remedies, as we did with the anti-subsidy tariffs in the Chinese EV case. I think it also makes sense to talk about made in Europe preferences, at least in very strategic industries. I'm glad that the Commission is now going to put something forward. It's going to be important to make sure that this is like open to trade allies, countries like Japan, South Korea, UK, Norway. But generally, I think we need to have like these made in Europe preferences in order to make sure that our own subsidies do not leak out into Chinese supply chains, right? And then finally, we need to talk about common money, right? And you mentioned the question of common debt. There's not much music in that debate at the moment, I think, at least coming from Berlin. But the big question is the next EU budget, right? The Commission has put forward the proposal.
Also, as the minister referred to, the next
exactly, yeah. 200 billion European Competitiveness Fund in the next EU budget. That would be something, right? You could do a lot of good common industrial policy with this amount of money. Of course, it would require us to then accept that we are not going to spend 2/3 of our joint budget on regional subsidies, on farm subsidies. I don't know. The proposal is out. I think it's a good proposal. The political momentum has to be built. And I think that's something for the Parliament and the Council now to negotiate in the next couple of months.
Did you ask for the floor or no?
Yes, I did.
Yeah, you did. Okay.
Yeah, but because I want to comment on,
yeah, sure,
on the budget.
You're more than welcome. Yeah.
You know, there's a lot of things here, but I think on the budget and the next multi-annual framework, I mean, the Parliament will also here be one of the institutions that will cause problems, because I'm very much a Dane when I say this, but you know,
or maybe solutions.
Yeah, maybe solutions. But the Parliament right now is not very happy with the proposal from the Commission. They want to keep what we already have and add on quite a lot. Want more own resources, want more money in general, very much more money in general. And on this, EPP and SD, they agree 100%. So they are saying, send more money. And the thing is that the member states are not willing to do so. Nor directly, but also not indirectly in terms of common debt. So I think that will be one of the biggest battles in the next year. But here I think it is so important that we hopefully can stand on the same common ground, that we need to do something fast, and we need to change the budget and the way we spend the money. We need to spend more money. Denmark also needs to give more. I think that's
so the frugal cam is not.
Well, I thought that was interesting because the frugal 4 or 5 or whatever, they're not gone, because it's still about, now it's not about whether we should spend more or not, but how we should spend the money. Should we keep on with the same thing we're used to do and just add on, or should we really change the budget and put it into research and defense and competitiveness, etc. And here I think that will be a huge battle and a huge struggle, but we need all good organizations, lobbyists, stakeholders to also speak out and be clear on this. Then we hopefully can do something. But I mean, I really like the Parliament, but on these questions, I think the Parliament is not really. The Parliament is not really understanding the difficulties, or they think that the part of the solution is different than what governments and experts are telling us.
It's good you like the Parliament since you've been there for 20 years.
Yeah.
Something really, I mean, great just happened. I just saw that Claes Michael Ståhl just arrived. So Labour has arrived, so that's good. While you sort of see whether you can make it up here very quickly, you asked for the floor and so did Lars, yeah?
Yeah, just a few margin notes on what you already heard, because I mean, industrial policy is back, as you pointed out, but right now it takes on, to a great extent, this form of kind of decentralized industrial policy where the state aid type of legislation is being rolled back and admitted. And this is why it's very important somehow to make progress on the ability to have a joint investment strategy at the EU level. And this is where the strategic use of debt presumably will become important. It was just to close the gap on it. I mean, this is where it fits.
Close the gap. There are many gaps.
Yeah, indeed.
Last, then I'm going to move on.
Just a brief note. You know, we all this is very important. It's very structural. It's fundamentally important for Europe going forward. But you know, I lose patience. I simply lose patience.
What a surprise!
You need to do something, right? I mean, you need to do something. And let me give you 2 examples of what we are trying to do. One, when we talk to Crystal and your colleagues, we are trying, and Metsula, by the way, which I really like you.
You like?
I think she's super cool. But you know,
so is Crystal.
And so is Crystal. And we cannot have the blocks of the European Parliament fighting each other for power. This is not serious. This is not responsible. I understand the political dynamics in this, but this is totally irresponsible. Somebody needs to tell these people, you can choose what you want, you can vote as you want, but you need to be responsible. And so we have decided in Business Europe that we are now pushing for each parliamentarian that we see is playing this game and asking them to be responsible. Trying to explain to them what the situation is in Europe at the moment, and trying to talk with the Germans, with the Italians, with the Danes, with everybody, and try to talk some reality into this group of distinguished parliamentarians. So that otherwise we will never move. We cannot continue just to say that it's irresponsible that the parliament doesn't work and doesn't make the right basically the right decisions. So we need to act. The same thing with India, a totally different topic. Fantastic that we are now doing these, trying to create these free trade agreements, which is really good. Just having them there last week is important. We have an office in Chennai with 125 people. We've never seen so much interest for India. I'll be there next week, trying to discuss how can we utilize the fact that we will soon have a free trade agreement, and by the way, also a Danish strategic relationship with India. How can we utilize this? Because we cannot just talk about the framework and the concepts all the time. We need to go in and act. And the more people that act toward the parliament or with partners in India, we can start moving. This is psychologically important because otherwise all these companies who are willing to invest in Europe, they will lose patience.
Are you also speaking to prime ministers? To some prime ministers, they may also have sort of be a bit slow. I mean, anyway, you don't have to answer that. Somebody who was a bit slow, but it was not due to you, it was due to traffic. Claes Michael Ståhl, Deputy General Secretary of the European Trade Union Confederation. Du er svensk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. But you're now working in Brussels.
Yes.
And talk about Brussels. It is now the 12th of February in Brussels. You are at a castle. Outside Brussels?
Yeah.
You are participating in the informal summit, right? You have all the heads of state in front of you. You have Draghi and you have Enrico Letta, and you have 2 minutes. What will you tell that crowd?
2 minutes of fame. Thank you very much. And I have the advantage now because I have no idea what you've been talking about. But I've read the program. I must say that I'm very impressed by the report. If you haven't read the report, read the report. It's brilliant. Anyway, I'm going to get these 2 minutes done very quickly, and
could be 3.
So hopefully, yes. No. So yes. So on the Draghi report, because that's what I understand is the important thing that you're discussing: competitiveness and how to bring forward. And one of the things that is striking is, of course, the total imbalance between ambition, the scale of ambition, and the actual outcome of things. And being Swedish, as you said, it's a bit like the Swedish football team. You always have big expectations, but the outcome is often very poor.
Don't get me started on football.
No, I will avoid that with my 2 minutes of fame here. No, but the scale of it is, of course, very important.
Yeah.
What we push for and what we have welcomed within it is, of course, the investment side of it. Unfortunately, we do believe that a lot of the Draghi report and the competitiveness agenda has been hijacked by deregulation and the omnibuses that is going all through Europe and making very poor results.
And why is that actually the case?
I think they're being distorted and bring into to deregulation. You have what is simplification, what is deregulation. But what it does is that it's not doing what we need. And let me travel back. I know Niels is an economist, but if we go back to the 1930s, we had Keynes, and he said, let's release animal spirits. Let's get our fantasies going. And that's what you can do with investments. But with deregulation, there is no fantasy getting going. I know that the business life likes that, but I think that's one of the things that we're lacking in Europe right now. And that's
what you would say to the summit. I mean,
yes.
Watch
Investment
out with the omnibus
and the coordination of it.
And the coordination.
That's where I would have spent my other 2 minutes of fame.
Okay, good.
The lack of coordination in Europe.
We don't have that much time left, but I'm doing an experiment up here. 1 minute on what you would actually say if you participate in that informal council. What would be the most important thing that the EU should look into or act on, to use Lars's point? Would you like to start?
Yes. Me?
Yes.
Okay. Then I take 1 point. I think we need to become serious about the single market agenda.
Woo! Finally, yeah.
And that means that we move past the idea that there are like abstract tariff equivalents that are still hampering the single market, right? We all know these big numbers, 44% for goods, 100% for services, which often just simply reflect differences in national preferences and taste that are not easy to regulate away. But we can do is like reduce bottlenecks in key sectors that have an EU-wide, economy-wide impact, and that's energy, and that's especially financial market integration, right? And there, we now have 2 packages that are important, the 28th regime, which can make a difference by making it, like harmonizing company law, make it more attractive for investors to invest across borders. That's something that we can do very quickly. The second thing is common supervision of financial markets, so that investors don't have to deal with reality where common EU rules are applied in 27 different ways by national regulators, right? Again, there's now a real opportunity for changing that on the back of the financial market integration package. And the good news is we don't need a coalition of the willing for that, because all of this is done in an area where we have QMV. We just need to be courageous enough to also take up both proposals and then look for a majority and maybe even go against the will of some big member states. And we've seen with Mercosur that we could even outvote the French if we wanted to. And we should keep this spirit up for the single market agenda as well.
Christel, your 1 minute.
Well, I would start by saying that we need to learn from the Americans, not Mr. Trump, but from the Americans. The way of making legislation, it is very simple, and I think that we should start by shaking the bag. We should almost start from the beginning, put up a level of protection that we want to have, and a common level playing field, and that we should have flexibility in order how to deliver on that, as long as they are delivering on the protection of environment and workers, etc. But we need to do something dramatically that we haven't done so far. We are too slow, and it's also because we are still 27 member states. We're not one union, and therefore I think that we can do and we should do more in terms of that. I don't think that we should get rid of the protection of our workers, of course not, but I think there are plenty of ways to do this. So learn from the Americans, more simple legislation, clearer aims, goals of what we want to achieve, and then flexibility. That is what I would say to them.
Claes Mikael? Yeah.
Yeah. No, so I would run it as a trade union meeting. I would ask ourselves basically, what can we do together? How can we coordinate ourselves better as heads of states? Because there's an awful lot we want to do in Europe, and if we're going to make it happen, we need to do it together. And right now we see Europe getting too much fragmentation, which is a problem. Secondly, talking about the animal spirits, I would make sure that everyone feel that they are on board, ready to chip in this joint venture, which means also workers, those that are concerned about the green transitions, and many other people. And it's not just the business people that needs to be on board on this trip together.
but we have a business person
I know.
now next in line.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I agree
1
with
minute.
Niels and Crystal, so I don't need to repeat that. And I agree with the last thing Claire said, but not the first thing you said. And so I don't need to repeat all that.
No.
The toolbox is right in front of us. Let's start. Basically what you have just been. The single market, the capital market, the simplification process, the omnibuses. Let's see it happen. But fundamentally, wake up. Look into the roof that you were talking about before. Look at the holes. Be realistic. It's not a nice world. It's a tough world. And Europe is losing big time. And the quality of life that we have been used to, we cannot just be sure we can hand it to our children. That is our responsibility. And we are not doing that if we don't look into the roof and figure out where the big holes are. And there are too many big holes. We can fix them, but they are not being fixed at the moment.
So no longer mind the gap, but mind the holes?
I mean, obviously I agree with the things that we've heard so far, but I keep on going. I mean, essentially the key words has to do with coordination and speed. But I tend to go back to sort of the points I made initially, because in the absence of progress, in the areas that I refer to as kind of institutional style changes, we can talk about speed and we can talk about coordination, but you're not going to get it to the extent that you want it unless you see changes in these areas. I worry. Now, I admit that there are workarounds which are interesting to look forward to, and we'll see. I mean, one workaround is, of course, the coalitions of the willing that we talked about. Another workaround is the 28th regime, which is coming up, which can also be a vehicle for, shall we say, evading or getting around some of the very difficult challenges that are associated with these, shall we say, institutional adaptations, which, however, I think are essential for speed and coordination.
Brilliant. Thank you very much to an excellent panel. And we'll get back to many of the points, and we'll mind the gap and we'll mind the holes. But now we'll mind the world, because we're moving on to the geopolitical tensions that we are all experiencing, and we're also having that obviously in our own region, the Nordic region. And I think that goes for everyone here that we still have vivid recollections of the Prime Minister Frederiksen's kitchen and her Nordic guests, two of them now representing countries which have just joined NATO. Our next speaker has a great deal on his conscience, or maybe I should say his government, because one just has a glance at Truth Social these days to learn that the peace prize should rightfully have gone to a certain gentleman on the other side of the Atlantic. And since this did not happen, Greenland was up for grabs. So maybe you brought sort of some good news from Norway, but now I give the floor to Eivind Vad Petersen, State Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Norway. Velkommen, og tak fordi du kommer.
Tak. Thank you very much for that introduction as well. It's a pleasure to be here, and it is a special pleasure for me personally to be able to address you on under this headline, the Nordic moment, because everything Nordic is deeply personal. Just have a look at my name. My first name is an old Viking name of Norse origin, Norwegian, Icelandic. Well, my middle name is from my very dear Danish grandmother, and my surname is from my Swedish great-great-grandfather. And to any Finns in the audience, yes, I spent my childhood growing up in the most Finnish part of Norway, in the far northeastern corner of our country, actually in the borderlands between the Soviet Union back then, Norway and Finland as well. Speaking of the Soviet Union, and please forgive me, but I'm going to quote Vladimir Lenin of all people. This is, in fact, there is in fact no evidence that Lenin ever said nor wrote this, but it's a good quote nonetheless, and it's a quote many of you would have heard. It's the observation. Yeah, exactly. In history, decades pass and not much happens, and then the weeks and the months come where decades happen. I have been in office as a state secretary or a deputy foreign minister since October 21. And I have been reminded of that quote many times, but I've actually felt it, literally, 2, now maybe even 3 times. The first time was in the immediate aftermath of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine back in 2022, when things really, really changed. And then the second time was actually roughly a year ago, at the outset of the Trump 2.0 presidency, when a lot of things were changing. And I must admit, this past month, it has been by far the longest January month that I have ever experienced, where indeed many, many things have happened. And speaking of all the events of January, let there be no doubt, on behalf of my government and my people, full Nordic solidarity and support to the Kingdom of Denmark, to the Kingdom of Denmark, to Denmark and to Greenland. These words that we throw around, territorial integrity, respect for borders, national sovereignty, they actually mean something. Threats among allies are and will always be unacceptable. And it's a good thing that this whole issue is now over, at least temporarily, hopefully permanently, in a diplomatic path where it belongs, because these things we can discuss together. Our Prime Minister, the recipient of a certain, it was actually a text message from the President, he has used the sentence now for more than a year. That's actually a rather dire sentence, simply stating that our country, Norway, we now find ourselves in the most serious security situation since 1945, since the end of the Second World War. That, of course, has very much to do with Russia's still ongoing brutal war of aggression against Ukraine. But let's be honest, it has also something to do with the unpredictability and the transatlantic tensions that we're also now experiencing. There are many paradoxes in the current geopolitical landscape. One thing has to do with international attention to the Arctic. Because from the Norwegian side, we've been arguing for a long, long time that people need to pay attention to the Arctic. And now we couldn't ask for more in a sense. Maybe overdating myself, but just this image I remember from growing up looking at the nightly news, and there's a weather map of Europe. Many of you would have seen these maps of Europe, where for a long time it sort of ended slightly north of Oslo, Stockholm, Helsinki. Further north, that was literally outside the map. This is now changing. And it's also a paradox that 2 decades ago, my current Prime Minister, he was actually Foreign Minister, and our current Finance Minister, who was Prime Minister. Yes, we were sort of a bit of a chair stance back home. But then we had a bit of a campaign going on within NATO, based on the oversimplified observation that among NATO officers and soldiers, they knew their way around the mountains and valleys of Afghanistan much better than they actually knew the homelands here in Europe. So we needed to sort of bring attention back home. Now there's no need for such a campaign because attention is really back home. And in a good thing, that's a good thing. In a few weeks, we will, together with Finland, host our biannual winter military exercise, cold response. Tens of thousands of soldiers, yes, 3,000-4,000 of them, the largest contingent coming from the US, will exercise in the Arctic part of the Nordic region, and that's a good thing. But another paradox of the current situation, that instead of focusing on and discussing imaginary Russian ships and imaginary Russian soldiers, we should actually care about the real Russian soldiers and the real Russian threat. And that is, of course, what's going on in Ukraine now. Bearing in mind that this full-scale war has now lasted longer than the Eastern Front campaign of the Second World War. We're approaching the four-year date. As the Nordic countries, we can look ourselves in the mirror and say that we are standing up when the going got tough. Together now, as Nordic countries, working also very closely together with our 3 Baltic friends and allies. We contribute third, maybe, some might even calculate even more, of the total military support to Ukraine. That's a good thing, and that's a necessary thing. And it's a matter of our own security. Because Russia is our neighbor too. Russia, in a sense, not literally, but it's very much part of Denmark's immediate neighborhood as well. And what we see now, in addition to this brutal war of aggression, is unfortunately a less risk-averse, more aggressive, more unpredictable Russia, threatening our security as well. I am not pretending to have any expertise in psychology, but I've read about the pyramid of needs of the psychologist Maslow, and I think many of you would have heard this, that every single individual, we have a pyramid of needs in our own lives where self-realization, self-fulfillment sort of comes all the way on the top. But in that pyramid, there are some fundamental layers. And safety, security is the most maybe core needs of any human being. And that, in a sense, can be applied to countries, to regions, and to a continent as well. Because now, for the first time in several generations, those fundamental needs of our countries is now being threatened. That's why we collectively need to prioritize doing more for our own security, doing more together as the Nordic region, more together as Europe. And yes, this is challenging, but it's absolutely doable, and we are well underway, but we need to stick at it, because without security, without safety, we can have a lot of other discussions on very many other important challenges, but that remains the pillars of our existence in the Nordic region and in Europe as well. Thank you so much for your attention.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Just one short question. So is the Nordic moment just a name? Your name, or do you, I mean, because the reason I ask this is often sort of when I speak to people, they refer to the Nordic moment, and then you sort of think, what's been sort of the core decision that has been made that is actually part of this Nordic moment? Obviously, one could refer to Finland and Sweden joining NATO, but do you see this as a future that will have more coordination in the Nordic region, that will almost have a coalition of willing, or what's your answer to that?
As Nordics, we're pragmatic. That's a good thing. But let's not underplay the importance of what happened when Sweden and Finland joined NATO. It's the first time since, well, historians might argue, but since the Kalmar Union, Queen Margrethe, I think we're going back to the 14th century, that all Nordic countries are in the same alliance. That's the good thing. And allow me, I have an excellent relationship with my other Nordic colleagues, including my Finnish colleague. And when we last met, I put my hand around his shoulders aside, and I said that here we had the most successful military alliance in human history. And then you guys joined, and look what happened. Black humor is maybe also a bit of a Nordic survival strategy, but let there be no doubt. For my country's security, this is the best thing that has happened in a long time. That now our entire region, our entire peninsula, the entire Baltic region, with the exception, of course, of St. Petersburg and Kaliningrad, are now completely, we're now allies as well, and we can plan, execute together. That's a good thing. We remain loyal, having been founding members of NATO, but it goes without saying that security and geography are so interlinked that we need to do more together collectively, but even more collectively regionally as well, because we have the same outlook, the same needs, and we are well underway now. And a lot of limitations have been removed with our countries also now being members of NATO. And I am aware that my country is not a member of the EU.
That was my question. And that's not going to change here. I mean, you're not going to...
It's hard to make predictions, especially about the future.
Okay.
But Norway is as closely integrated as you can possibly be without being a member. And that's a good thing, because Europe's success is also Norway's success.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And it's now time for a break. So 1:30, you'll hear this. And that's when we'll start again. So thank you very much for your attention, and coffee is served. That was when I was president, so yeah. Okay, we're just about to start. If you could please find your seats, and hope you enjoyed the break. And now we turn to our next theme, although it is linked to the first one, because we're now looking upon or focusing upon the prospects of the rule-based trade order. But it is such an important issue that it deserves its own sort of section of our conference. It is, as we all know, under severe strain, and in a remarkable short period of time, the United States has challenged the core principles of the existing regime. I guess I only have to say, tariff is the most beautiful word in the world. So tariffs are once again a central policy tool, and economic security has moved to the forefront of trade policy. China, meanwhile, has increasingly weaponized economic dependencies, and even the European Union, long the system's most committed defender, is now blending free trade with economic security, industrial policy, and defensive instruments. But as has been made clear in the Stocktaking EU report, the shock of recent years is not just higher tariffs or broken agreements. More fundamentally, it is also about the erosion of the idea that trade is sort of governed by binding rules, is more important than bargaining power. Or, to use a German term, sort of Handel durch Wandel is no longer sort of high up on the agenda, or something that people generally seem to believe in. For some, this shift represents pragmatic adaptation to a harsher world. For others, it risks hollowing the very system on which Europe depends. To help frame this discussion, we are fortunate to be joined by one of Europe's most senior trade policymakers. It is a great pleasure to welcome Maria Martin-Pratt, Deputy Director General for Trade and Economic Security at the European Commission. A long, significant career in the Commission, also ahead of you, obviously. You play a central role in shaping Europe's response to the growing intersection between trade, geopolitics, and economic security. A tall task indeed, but you can do it. And now we're delighted to have you with us and hear your keynote speech. Floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much, and it's a pleasure to be here, and it's been extremely interesting to hear the first panel discussion of relatively short but incredibly sharp and to the point, very, very interesting. Let me try to give the prospects of the Commission as far as the issue of rules-based trade, and I shall start by saying something that's already been said now, which is that the dynamics of global trade and rules-based trade have changed dramatically, very quickly, in a short period of time, even if the problems we face today were coming already for a number of years. So we should have seen it coming, but they have accelerated. And they have accelerated for a number of reasons. First, clearly the new geopolitical context. We are in the middle of great power competition in a very naked manner, and we have all realized that there is no choice but to combine what we thought was our main objective, which was open trade and efficiency, with the need to have resilience and economic security. This doesn't need to be negative. We believe there is no other way forward. It's a matter of how you decline the principle. But the reality is what it is. As someone was saying before, we may not like it, but it is what you have out there. You have to be ready to live in a country where there is far more of security considerations that need to be injected in our economic policies, among others reasons, because we are increasingly confronted with our economic dependencies being used as a weapon and coercion being part as well of our economic relations. So this is what's happening, and in parallel, linked to it, but something that merits a separate discussion, is the research of industrial policies. And this is a very complex issue, not something that one can think is good or bad. It depends how, again, we define it. But the state intervention in trade and in economic policies is one that we need to handle with care, because potentially it does also undermine rules-based trade. Now, we have the two major economies of the world that are exercising an unprecedented pressure on the global trading system. We have China, discussed at length very often, so I'm not going to get into the details again, but basically two things. The export-based growth model that China has put in place, even if you were to left aside subsidies, is not tenable for the rest of the world. This is a reality that we need to take into account when we think how to reform the, for instance, rules in the World Trade Organization going forward. And the second one, and it's happening slowly, but you need to pay attention, China is also establishing a very clear system of managed trade. The system of licenses for the export of critical raw materials, rare earths, and associated technologies, which is going to be here to stay. And it's going to cost us for years to come, because we may be able to go faster in terms of creating a degree of diversification and becoming less dependent, but we are going to still, for a good number of years, going to have to deal with a system in which China is dealing with authorizations as they wish, and where we have trade that is being managed. All these things come to the heart of the WTO, which is where I want to get in my discussion in a minute. But just before that, besides China, we have the other big economy, which is the US. The US that today has a level of tariffs which is at its highest since 1934, and those are frightening years, and that has, in a unilateral manner, decided to part away from a number of the obligations that it had taken in the context of the WTO, and that, let's be clear, has forced many of us to do the same at the moment where, or since the moment we engage into agreements where we do take commitments that could be seen as a challenge to the MFN principle. So we have a situation which is very difficult. Does that mean that the EU needs to adapt, move on, and forget the support to rules-based trade? No. And that I want to be unequivocal. And this is not out of idealism or because this is what we've done before, it's because it's what it is in our interest. Our economies are a collection of big, medium, and small economies, very open for a reason. It's because trade and investment does create jobs, more than 30 million, does create employment. We do need trade even to produce a manufacture or even to feed our cattle in the European Union. We don't have the sources of energy that we need to conduct our economies. We do need trade, and we do function better because of the system and who we are. We function much better in a system that is predictable, i.e. rules-based. So we do need to see how we can get back to a situation where this is our normal functioning scenario, although I don't think any of us think it's going to be something happening very quickly. But we believe the way to try to reconstruct a rules-based trade continues to be the WTO. It is a huge challenge because you do have the two big forces that I was referring to that are the source of many of the problems we have at the moment, China and the US, part of it. But that is a challenge we're going to have, all of us, going forward. And I think we need to be very careful. Very often there is a very easy remark about WTO being dead. This is the end of the WTO, forget about rules-based trade. I always say, if you were to forget about rules-based trade, if it wasn't functioning, your companies, all of them will be realizing that at the very moment their goods were trying to cross any border to any country. We cannot forget that more than almost 25% of global trade happens on the basis of WTO rules. Even for countries like the European countries with very vast, the largest network of bilateral or regional free trade agreements, almost half of our trade is based in WTO. And let's not forget, there are lots of countries that we want to maintain out of poverty, that we need to be stable, that need to be integrated in trade. They do need the WTO as well. So what is the vision? What is it that the European Union is considering? You may know that we are going towards a ministerial conference at the end of ministerial conference of the WTO, what we call MC14, in Cameroon at the end of March. We have a vision of a reformed WTO on 3 strands: predictability, fairness, and flexibility. And these are not just slogans. Predictability, it is really important, as I was saying before, that we just don't think that we throw away the system and we invent everything anew. There is the basic infrastructure that we need to keep there because it's necessary for business. Business lose money, don't make decisions if they do not have a minimum of predictability as to the rules that are going to be applied. And you can speak to anyone that has been trying to figure out what kind of tariffs are going to be affecting their business when, for instance, trying to export to the US to hear the same thing. So predictability, trying to maintain the rules that are functioning, try to maintain the possibility of an appeal mechanism, even if it's not a full appeal mechanism, is one of the strands of work. The second work, fairness, and this one is probably the one that's going to be discussed the most. Is the deal we made 30 years ago the right deal? The fact that we are in a community of very different countries that have taken very many different commitments. We, meaning the European Union countries, took quite high commitments in terms of lowering our tariffs, taking commitments as to how much access we will be giving to our markets, others far less. And things have evolved, and some countries have evolved massively. China is clearly one of them. The sense we have at the moment is that the balance between the rights and the obligations is not there. And that requires a fundamental rethink of the system, and it's probably going to be the most difficult one because it goes to the heart of those principles of national treatment and most favored nation. But it's something that we think we need to work. So we need to go towards more reciprocity, if we want to be clear. We need to have rules that we don't have at the moment to have a real level playing field. That's the second part of the fairness element that I think is important and we should not forget. And then we have to have a serious discussion with developing countries and emerging economies as to what is it exactly that we mean when we talk about special and differentiated treatment. What is it? What are the obligations that they should also comply with? Why is it that if the rules are good for trade are not good for them? So that is a difficult discussion, as you can imagine. And the last point is flexibility. We have a problem. We have a problem with a system that functions on the idea of consensus, understood as unanimity. You cannot move. We cannot move anymore. We've had a plurilateral agreement where there are 128 countries, the majority of them developing countries, with rules for investment facilitation that has been systematically blocked now for over 4 years, notably by one country. It's not a secret, it's public, it's India. But you have a majority of countries that want to move and have a plurilateral set of rules that could be used in the countries to push for more transparency in better regulation and better administration. Is not that dangerous, and that cannot go ahead. So flexibility in the WTO governance, how can we go ahead with a better system of governance, and the possibility of plurilateral is going to be there as well. So that is what we want to do in parallel, but I'm not going to take very long. As you probably know, because you read newspapers, we are very active in diversification. So through trade, rules-based trade is also trade that we can conduct with partners on the basis of bilateral or regional agreements. We did sign on the 17th of January the Mercosur agreement, which is an immense achievement. I know we have now an immense difficulty in the form of the referral to the Court of Justice by the European Parliament, but I am hopeful that we're going to be able to find a solution that does deliver what will be de facto a market of 700 million consumers. And then we have India, that, as you know, was announced by the leaders last Tuesday. And that, again, it is, well, in the words of the President of the Commission, the mother of all deals. It will be also in the words of the trade negotiators that have been going through those negotiations for a number of years and generations, because it's been a particularly difficult one. This is a proof of what the change in geopolitics can do for us in a positive manner. We will not have had a deal with India if the world was not getting very scary out there. So in a way, it proves that we can diversify and that we can adapt and we can move forward. And there are a number of others that are ongoing in negotiations that we're trying to get as quickly as possible to the finishing line, including with the Philippines, with Malaysia, with Thailand, with others. So all that to say, we want to play, all of you, the European Union, we want to play a pivotal role in shaping rules-based trade, both at multilateral and bilateral level. And we want to do it while understanding that we do have to integrate a degree of diversification and de-risking. So it's not an innocent support for rules-based trade, but a very, very realistic one. I'm not for a minute thinking that this is going to be an easy ride, but if we don't push for it, it's not going to happen. So that's what we're going to be doing.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Move over there. And we discussed a Nordic moment, so this was definitely a geopolitical moment. And now we will continue that discussion with my brilliant panel up here, Jean-Marie Bourgain, Andrew Small, Roger Givens, you're there, Birgitte Markussen, you are over there. And as you may have noticed, we do not have an American participant up here, so let's just try not to discuss what America wants to do, but let's discuss what we can do. We're getting very far away over there. So let me introduce our speakers. Jean-Marie Bourgain, you are Deputy Director General at the WTO. And it's nice to hear that your organization has not died. So at least that was what we heard from the Commission. That was good. And you've held senior roles across issues such as trade, development, and international finance. Andrew Small is the Asia Program Director at the European Council on Foreign Relations. an institution which I happen to co-chair, so he's extremely smart. Roger Gevents, head of the World Trade Division at Switzerland State Secretariat of Economic Affairs, and obviously you bring sort of the perspective of a highly open, non-EU economy. And goodness, what a drama you've been through. I was reading about Rolex diplomacy and gold bar diplomacy. You don't have to go into that. Birgitte Markussen, highly experienced diplomat and currently serves as Denmark's special representative for the Great Lakes and the Sahel. And you have had so many positions in the Danish Ministry of Foreign Affairs and also outside the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in the EU, so I'll skip that. And let's go directly to the, I think, most important question. Are we witnessing a breakdown of rules-based trade, or are we witnessing a shift towards a different set of rules? Maybe I should start with the WTO.
Well, thank you, Madam. I'm pretty tempted to use the answers that Prime Minister Chu Enlai, former Chinese Prime Minister, did when he was asked about the consequences of the French Revolution. He said, it's too early to say. And it's not that I'm trying to dodge the question, but I think we need to be very objective in assessing what has been happening with the new US trade policy. And we need to be very factual and not rush to those conclusions that the WTO is dead or we need an alternative or
which the Commission didn't. That was not Maria's point.
Yeah, absolutely. The first thing which is clear is that we are witnessing a major economic shock on world trade. It's a real economy shock, and the WTO has been revising downward our projection for the trade this year. It will be 0.5%. We have still an uncertainty about the dynamics of AI. I could dive into that, but it's really the shock is in front of us of the new tariffs. It's a governance shock because of all the actions that the US are taking unilaterally, bilaterally, under the coverage of the legal exception of national security, which are deriving or drifting far away from the core principle of the WTO. And of course, the two shocks are feeding each other because the governance shock creates a lot of uncertainty. And as you know, uncertainty is even more important for companies than the direct effect or impact of tariffs or trade measures. Now, at the same time, it's fair to observe that the system is proving extremely resilient. We still count that WTO is covering 75% of world trade, more or less, on its non-discrimination terms. We have not been witnessing a global tit-for-tat or world trade war, which is, I mean, everyone's judgment to be, politically you may not like it, but economically it's very rational. It means that countries have been trying to minimize the damage which could have come from the global tit-for-tat. We also have, and I must mention that because it's clearly our daily bread, the US is very involved in the World Trade Organization still in terms of actively participating to many lines of business. So they are not acting as we are leaving the organization, it's dead. And so you have these two contradicting trend, the shock and the resilience to it, which brings all of us to the point that Maria has been making, one of us central. The need for WTO reform is there, the feeling of emergency of this reform is there, and that's what we are going to try to tackle in the coming months.
Thank you very much. Can I just ask you one more question about the upcoming ministerial conference in Cameroon, right? I remember I had a friend, I still have that friend, but he was writing a PhD at the same time. I was writing a PhD, and he was writing about the Doha round. And he kept on having to postpone his sort of deadline of that PhD because it kept on sort of being prolonged, that negotiation. So what's actually going to happen in Cameroon? Now that you've mentioned sort of the shock and resilience, more or less sort of, you could say, a tension there, what should we expect?
Well, there is all this overarching topic of WTO reform, which probably will come up to a sort of agenda of what are we going to reform. And this agenda will cover a certain number of chapters, which have been identified by, it's a Nordic moment for the WTO too. We have the ambassador of Norway, who is probably one of the best diplomats in town in Geneva, who is putting that together. And the agenda is organized for the moment around 3 chapters. One is decision making, the point that Maria was making about consensus and other ways of moving forward. One is about level playing field. How do you make sure that the competition is more or less equitable within the world? And the third one is about development. So we have these 3 chapters that we are going to put flesh on it, and that will be probably one of the most important outcomes of the ministerial meeting. Now, you need both love and proof of love. So the proof of love will be the action, the immediate action that the WTO might take at this conference. One of them, very important, I was mentioning the engagement of the Americans, but also most of the members want this, is a continuation of a moratorium on tariffs on electronic transaction. So this is one act, proof of love, that could be taken or not taken, who am I to judge, at this ministerial meeting. Other decisions, just like the entry into force of some plurilateral agreement, will be discussed and may or may not be taken. That is the type of thing that you can expect.
So Andrew, love, proof of love, we look upon trade, China, how is that perceived over there or out there?
Well, let me elaborate on this idea of China as an export-driven growth model at the moment.
Not on love, okay.
I think this has been used in a sense kind of with a light touch by Maria earlier. But just to talk about what's going on in the Chinese economy and what this is doing right now, and therefore why they need to maintain a level of openness from the rest of the world. In the Chinese economy right now, it's almost certainly not growing at the headline growth numbers. It's almost certainly not growing at 5%. It's very likely below that. You have deflation that's been going on consistently. You have a weak housing market. You have weak consumption levels. You have weak investment levels. Exports is it. Decreasing fiscal space for the Chinese government to be able to provide consumer subsidies. The only strength in the Chinese economy right now is exports. And the surplus has now, as we know, it's surged beyond $1 trillion. In Europe, that means pretty much a 2-to-1 ratio by volume, by value rather, in terms of exports to imports. Arguably around 4-to-1 if you're looking at it by volume. The impact on the European economy is right now. There's some estimates that we're losing around 500 jobs a day in manufacturing capacity in Europe, purely attributable to China. We're starting to talk about this more seriously. We're starting to talk now about China-driven deindustrialization in Europe. But we have still not got the measures in place to address this. And the problem, as has been outlined by Maria at the beginning, is this combination of the managed trade threat and the need to do a lot more protective things than we are currently doing. Because the managed trade threat means that when you try to put certain protective measures in place, China tries to enforce a level of openness. It's willing to take steps, as we saw with rare earths, as we saw with Nexperia, pretty much to put Europe in a position where you can shut down key parts of the European economy on a week-to-week basis in order to ensure that they will continue to maintain market access for a number of their advanced sectors. And that's, I think, still a lot of the nervousness right now about the measures that actually need to be taken on this. And you can look at deindustrialization in Europe as something you learn to live with. The Economist had a very good cover story where they talked about this pretty honestly. Europe can adjust to deindustrialization and China-driven deindustrialization and live with this. The problem with this, though, is, first of all, is the political impact. When we talk about the China shock, we're not just talking about a macroeconomic adjustment. We're talking about a situation that has political ramifications. This is how you've turbocharged the rise of the far right. This has been the kind of qualitative impact of the loss of these jobs. You're also talking about a hollowing out of key industrial capacities. We can choose to lose sector after sector. We can choose to rebalance our economy towards services only. But that's a huge decision to make. And the third and most important problem is still China is moving into a monopolistic position of dominance in a number of these sectors. We've seen what that means in the rare earths area. And monopolistic meaning 90% type levels. We're not even talking about kind of classic market monopoly definitions. If we want to prevent a situation in which globally, sector after sector, China moves into this level of monopolistic domination, we will need to act on a much larger scale, collectively, as Europe, with a number of other partners, to put a level of defensive measures in place that we have not yet got to. And talking about urgency and scale and speed and all of these things, the China shock piece of this is extremely material to the entirety of Europe's industrial future and political future as well. And we do need to be moving much further and faster to be able to take this on.
Such as the German car industry, one could just mention. Now that you have the floor, there is a debate sort of starting to emerge. And I mentioned Canada at the beginning of my introductory sort of statement. We've seen Mark Carney having sort of more trade with China, and in order to risk from United States of America. Now we have Friedrich Merz going not to Herning, where he was yesterday, that was handball, looking very, very upset. And maybe he'll be as upset when he goes to China, I don't know. But what do you think is going to happen then for Germany and China with regards to the trade relationship? Because as you mentioned, Germany is obviously immensely important. Will you also see Germany trying to de-risk from the United States by going to Beijing?
In a sense, even last year, there was an offer from the EU to China to kind of stabilize the economic relationship. These were the sorts of offers that, I mean, would essentially have been China taking measures to address its industrial overcapacities, looking at price undertakings. Really, it would have been, you'd have had to look at voluntary export restraint and a number of other things. You could have attempted to deal collectively with the kind of pace of the hit that's coming to the European industrial economy. That's not on the table from the Chinese side. China made very clear, we faced the US down using pretty coercive means. We can do the same to Europe as well. We're not going to talk to you seriously about this. Maybe individual companies will talk about price undertakings. They would like to do it collectively. But we're not going to get that kind of deal. Now, if you're Canada, where you largely export natural resources to China, then this kind of cars for canola type deals may make sense on the margins. China basically says, we will not buy a number of your agricultural or natural resource products unless you cut a deal with us that will mean you buy more of our advanced sector products, and we can reduce the restrictions on this. Europe gets a bit of this as well. You can sell dairy. We're happy to buy a bit more dairy. We may sell you. We may allow you to sell a little bit more by way of some certain luxury products and things like that. But we want to maintain a level of openness for your economy in a number of the other sectors. That's not the deal that Germany can take. Now, the UK economy, I mean, as we saw, extremely marginal. This is, again, some whiskey tariffs
reduced.
Weekend, yeah. Okay, that's that model. We're not going to see, given the state of the Chinese economy at the moment, some great economic benefits that can be extracted anymore. This was a decade earlier that you could have looked at this, even for the UK, for Europe. I mean, if you look at Germany, China as an export destination for Germany, it used to always be in the number 1, 2 position for most of the 2010s. It's plummeted now to pretty much around 7th place, at least
around
5th.
Poland. Or,
yeah, exactly. It's around now as an export destination comparable to sort of upper mid-sized European economy. It's a huge shift. Now, there's all the reasons why Germany is reluctant to back, I think, some of the more sweeping measures that may need to be taken on the EU level. There's still a level of hesitancy. There's still a way of characterizing things at the moment, and I'm sure we'll get this at the Competitiveness Summit, as saying you just need to run faster and try harder, deregulate, do all of these things. That's still a certain approach that says you don't have to do the defensive pieces alongside that, which is not the Draghi explanation for this. I think the useful thing about although Draghi's name is often taken in vain on this, I think that was an analysis that was extremely clear that if you get all the other bits right and you don't get some of the defensive bits right at the same time, you will still lose. You will lose competitive companies in Europe. This is not a normal economic transition. This is losing some of the most competitive sectors of the European economy. So Merz cannot go to China and cut some kind of a deal, except minor things on the margins that is going to make a difference to this. So we're still going to be confronted with the same problems and challenges, no matter what the geopolitical impulse is, that when the US starts putting pressure on you, you turn around and have a different conversation with Beijing.
Thank you very much for being so concrete. Now we're gonna widen the lens. We're not gonna go to Africa, but we're gonna go to you, Birgitte, and you've worked, obviously, as I said at the beginning. I mean, a lot on Africa, and you now give us, I mean, a bit of an African perspective to this overall discussion. How is Europe's sort of present policy on trade being perceived in Africa? Floor is yours.
Thank you very much. It's not so often that we, in this type of setting, also discuss Africa, which is just a southern neighbor, and a huge market and a huge population. I'll come back to that. So I think just starting with getting some of the figures right. At the moment, Africa includes 16% of the world's population, but they have less than 3% of the trade. And that's some of the figures, if you go from African perspectives, and they say that's because we have a systemic inequality in the multilateral system. There are two tracks at the moment if you open the African leaders' mind, so to speak, you would say there is one exactly preparing for the WTO ministerial end of March in Cameroon. It's a big thing for African leaders that this takes place in Africa. You know, the leader of WTO, she comes from Nigeria, Ngozi. So that's a moment that I know that African ambassadors in Geneva is also preparing for. And it's about fairness, as you were talking about, Maria. That's some of the main words they're using. It's inclusive and development-oriented, let's say, reforms that they want to see. The other track is just as important if you look at the African continent. That is actually the world's largest free trade area within the AFCFTA, which is the African free trade area. It includes 55 countries, and it has in 2063, it will have about a little bit more than 2 billion people. This was signed in 2019, started being implemented in 2021, and they are slowly, of course, if you look at the African continent, those of you who work with it would know that you have from South Sudan to South Africa, you've got Egypt and so on, and other countries with major economies like Nigeria and West Africa. So it's really a complex continent, but they are starting to implement this. So these are the two tracks that Africans are working on, preparations for the WTO, and they're also getting their own market working. Because if they could increase something called the UN Commission for Africa, they've made very interesting estimates of what level the African countries, like we've done, they're looking a lot to the EU single market. How have we actually increased our prosperity? How could they do the same by implementing the AFCFTA? The last thing I want to say is when we work on these issues and talk about shocks and trends and so on, if you work with Africans, there are 2 or 3 major events. Of course, they're following what's happening right now on the other side of the Atlantic, what is happening to Europe. I was in West Africa recently, and you know, leaders or colleagues coming to me and say, "What's happening? I mean, what is all this?"
What did you answer?
My answer was, well, it's very unpredictable. What I want to say here by pointing to the WTO, by pointing to the AFCFTA, is that the African response is an order. And we have a very important partner there. That is, they know they benefit from a rule-based trade order. So that's what they're going for. But when we approach, and we need to know that in 2020 or before 2020, we had something called COVID-19, where there were issues between us and Africa. We have something, of course, the Ukraine situation, aggression, Russia's aggression against Ukraine. I was myself in Addis Ababa at that time and had to talk to a lot of African colleagues. I was EU ambassador at that time. And they just simply they didn't want to take part in this high level of politics and didn't want to take decisions. Gaza is another thing. What we have to watch when we go to WTO, when we go to the EU support for the AFCFTA, the African free trade, is that we are not seen as somebody with double standards, because that's really not going down well. I'm sure Maria will know when she gets into the negotiations with the Africans. But I think main conclusion is really we have important partners here in terms of actually having a rule-based trade order.
And before I get to our friend from Switzerland, Maria, do you just want to comment on that, on the African perspective? And maybe also the double standards? I mean, I heard that you were not saying double standards, but it could be perceived as double standards.
I'm not going to get into the double standard, depends on the issue. I've negotiated with Africa, and I think it's more complicated than that. But let's be clear. The African countries, like many developing and emerging economies, have an interest. But that comes with responsibilities. Part of the blockage of the multilateral system is also their responsibility. So we need to change the manner in which we have functioned since the Second World War. And I think it's very important to remind ourselves, when we talk about multilateralism, if you're very honest, it was a multilateral system designed by a small group of countries. So those that say, this is wrong, we need our rules there, please come, let's do it. Otherwise, it's not going to work. And that's why as well, Andrew, I understand that if we focus on China, the fastest way to try to respond to the challenge is to create clubs. That's not going to solve the multilateral system. Until we realize that we need Brazil, that we need South Africa, that we need Nigeria and Kenya, that we need Indonesia and Turkey, yeah, we'll do clubs, and we get along with Korea and with Japan and with Australia, and one day maybe or not with the United States. So that's not how we're going to fix multilateralism. I know that what I'm saying, we need to put in place a new system, which means, yeah, we all get together. We may need to recognize we need more reciprocity, more policy space, both for developed and developing countries. And we need a new deal. But it's not a club that is going to be able to take that new deal forward.
Switzerland, a small, highly open economy. So can rules-based trade still protect you, so to speak, or do you more look sort of at power being decisive? What are your considerations? And thank you so much for coming.
Well, thank you, Likke, and thanks for having me, European country outside the EU, just like my partner from, I have a partner from Norway before.
And will you join the European Union?
Let's talk about that after with coffee. But I think your first question is the system breaking down. To Jean-Marie, you asked that question. And when I watched Donald Trump in that wonderful rose garden in April, I certainly almost broke down, getting those beautiful tables, 31%, I think the EU had 15. It went up to 39 later on, and you can listen to Donald Trump 10 days ago at the WEF in Davos to learn about the reasons behind that. Meanwhile, we're down at par with our friends and competitors in the EU, but let's see where that takes us. Of course, at that time, not only my world crumbled, we were just as concerned about the reactions by the other blocs, including the European Union, and what we had been seeing already before, and we heard about that in the first panel about industrial policies, about safeguard measures, basically shielding European companies from competition outside, including us. And then, of course, some of the reasons behind that to be found in China with their managed trade system that has become a security threat to the other blocs. So I felt a bit like Charlie Chaplin in the modern times, you know, the guy trying to get through those wheels unharmed. That's Switzerland, small country, 9 million people, mid-sized economy, barely any raw materials, a bit of water, a bit of snow, and a bit of ice, and less of that. We're very trade dependent. We're large investors abroad. So what do we do as a smaller country? Our foreign economic policy relies in essence still on 3 pillars. The first one, the multilaterals, and I was very happy actually to be in Davos 10 days ago. We moderated a panel with 21 ministers, and all of them said the WTO is important. The WTO rules are important, all of them. The United States were sitting in that room as well. And of course, to have a reliable partner there and a bloc, the European Union, supporting and protecting the rules-based system is going to be extremely important to us. The second pillar, very close relations with the European Union. We are now this year discussing a very comprehensive package to be integrated even more in the European Union's system. But of course, there's also risks to that. I mentioned before the industrial policies and the safeguards that we're on the outside on that. So that is difficult for us. And therefore, the third pillar remains very important. And we heard it before as well, the FTAs, the diversification. We concluded FTAs just like the EU with Mercosur and India. India is in force now. Mercosur is being ratified. Malaysia, Thailand, a number of other agreements. We're negotiating with China, the UK, and Vietnam on FTAs or enhancement of FTAs. And then what's becoming now more and more important for us, smaller ones, are the alliances. Small and advanced economic initiatives is one of them. Denmark is part of that. We have called together a few small and medium-sized companies last year within the Future Investment and Trade Partnership. Basically a crazy idea. Within 6 months, we had 16 ministers together and adopting a declaration on supply chain resilience, because we believe that the answer to your first question, breaking down or shifting, it's going to be a shifting for quite a long time. Maybe not a new system yet, but we will be confronted with uncertainties for quite a long time. Thank you.
Excellent. We don't have that much time left, but I just wanted to ask you, Maria, because you mentioned Mercosur in your intervention, and what's the best case here? I mean, for it actually being able to enter into force. What are we talking about here?
For Mercosur?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's stick to that.
Okay. For Mercosur, the conclusion of the negotiations and the authorization to sign the agreement has been granted by the Council. Normally, what we did now was the European Parliament to give its consent, because normally we wanted to go ahead with provisional application, but we request not necessarily require from a legal point of view, but as a matter of our relations with the Parliament, to have the consent of the Parliament. The Parliament decided not to consider that decision, but rather to refer the agreement to the Court of Justice of the European Union with questions on 3 specific angles, which are a bit obscure in part. And that means that you may be on hold if you're going to wait for the opinion of the court between 18 months to years. This is now a political decision and discussion that needs to be had, that goes well above my head, and on which I shall have no opinion until an opinion is expressed by the President of the Commission.
No, I was just asking about the process. I mean, sort of
the process right now is we have the authorization to go ahead from the Council with the provisional application. Strictly speaking, as soon as one Mercosur country is in the same position, and Brazil, also Argentina, have expressed that they are willing to go very fast, you could go towards the provisional application. That is, strictly speaking, the possibility, but the debate is It's a political debate. It's a very
I was asking for a friend because I have a colleague at the think tank Europa sitting down there, Sven Rode Nielsen, who deals sort of almost 24 hours a day with these particular questions about trade. Andrew, the summit coming up, US-China. 2 minutes on that before until the minister turns up. What should we expect?
Well,
only on this issue.
Yeah. Trump personally does not support the traditional US consensus on China that had kind of developed in the preceding few years. He may have been the one to put it in motion in the first place during his first term in office, but there are some fundamental things that he does not believe in. He largely thinks he should be able to sell China anything. That includes advanced semiconductors. He's not concerned about the national security risks that relate to that. He's very skeptical about the value of significant military commitments on the US side to the defense of Taiwan. There's a list of these things that you would say virtually everyone else in his administration shares a view on roughly where the summit should come out. His view on this is quite different. And the question on all of this was, would the consensus that you have in DC around him and with the people in his administration hold, or would his own predilections on China be the driving force? And the answer, of course, here, as in so many other areas, is his own views on this that are producing the results that we're going to see. The White House maybe doesn't publicly say it, but they're characterizing some of this as virtually détente. With China. And so I think we will expect for the summit a reception fit for his stature. It will not, I think, necessarily be focused on a huge range of deliverables beyond a lot of managed trade and purchases and things that I think are under discussion, some progress on fentanyl possibly. But this is quite a deep reorientation that we're seeing. There's a view on the US side in parts of the Trump administration that says, if we buy ourselves a few years, we will come out ahead. And therefore, détente is a precondition for this. And they also know that the Chinese side thinks if they buy themselves a few years, they will come out ahead. And the question is, who's right? And this is the kind of truce that you see on rare earths, which has held so far and may hold for longer. And I think the intention on the US side is to hold a number of these things together. They're running their China policy a bit differently from the way they were in the first year, which was completely all over the place, about 5 or 6 different China policies being run. They've pulled it together to enough of an extent to hold together the visit and some very basic parameters. Now, this doesn't mean they won't do serious deterrence on Taiwan. They're still selling Taiwan arms. Doesn't mean they won't do deterrence in Asia. Trump personally also believes that Xi Jinping has promised him that he will not invade Taiwan during his time in office. This is obviously not true. Xi Jinping has obviously not promised this, but he does seem to believe this in some sense or other. So I think we are entering into a different framework on the US-China relationship than the one we've seen in the preceding years, and I think we had got used on the European side to expecting would be the thing that would lock in. And so I think there are some advantages to it. In some areas, it means there's slightly less pressure for this big allied alignment effort, but there were a lot of merits to an allied alignment effort as well, and would have solved a number of other problems. Also something that Trump doesn't believe in.
So now we know what we should look out for with regards to that summit as well. Thank you very much for being such a brilliant panel. And we're now moving on to the next session. After that, we're going to have a break, so then you can also sort of get up and get some more coffee. For this session, we turn to the engine room of innovation policy itself. And here we'll explore how the state and, of course, the EU can act as strategic enabler of innovation, creating the conditions for companies to develop breakthrough technologies and tackle some of Europe's most pressing challenges. Our own stock-taking report, and now I should get a wonderful graph up here, well, things work, shows that mobilizing private investment is central to driving innovation in Europe, yet R&D investment, private investment, and venture capital in the EU remain low comparatively, as you can also see from up here. Some days are more rock and roll than others. That's a quote from our next speaker, Christine Egelund, Minister for Higher Education and Science, who during the Danish EU presidency played a key role in negotiations on the Next Horizon Europe framework. You can come up here, don't be worried. And that was obviously, the importance of research, innovation, but you also focused upon the increasing role of defense as a driver of the technological advancement, resilience, and also strategic autonomy of Europe. And there's no doubt, Christina, that this is a rock and roll day, right? And I'm sure you remember your Elvis, a little less conversation, a little more action. The floor is yours.
Thank you. What an introduction. You know that situation where something you said previously, then it catches up on you. I will say at least we must be at a jazzy level here today. I'll do my best to bring in a little bit of rock and roll. Thank you so much for inviting me. Thank you to Think Tank Europa for bringing us together at a moment where we are all taking stock of a greatly changing world. A world shaped by war and conflict, by strategic competition between major powers, by rapid technological change that blurs the line between civilian and military domains. A world where the world order as we have known it since the end of World War II seems to be rapidly disintegrating. The Danish physicist Niels Bohr supposedly said that it's hard to predict, especially when it comes to the future. And anyone who has followed the news just briefly in the last month or two will probably agree that those words ring especially true in 2026. This also has a profound effect on research and innovation. In our current situation, research and innovation is no longer mainly a question of productivity and growth, but just as much a matter of strategic autonomy, security, and resilience. This also means that today's discussions go way beyond defense. They go to the very heart of how we in Europe are going to protect our values, our prosperity, and our ability to act. How are we going to be best prepared for a much more unpredictable future? For decades, Europe has been very good at producing knowledge. We have world-class universities, excellent fundamental research, and a strong tradition of international scientific cooperation. But the geopolitical environment has changed the way knowledge is turned into power. Today, technological leadership translates directly into geopolitical influence. Data, artificial intelligence, quantum technologies, advanced materials, space, cyber capabilities shape security and defense just as much as armies and fighter jets once did. At the same time, global technology markets are increasingly dominated by a small number of very large players. And unfortunately, many of them are headquartered outside of Europe. These foreign tech giants are now important power players on the global arena. Their owners are individuals who are not democratically elected, but who exercise decisive influence over Europe's communication, security and economy, as well as over the contents of our public debate. They control critical infrastructures, they influence information flows, and they set the pace of innovation in the tech industry. We have already seen examples of tech giants meddling in politics, especially in America, but also in Europe. And I think this shows how digital sovereignty has become a strategic necessity. We need our own resilient data infrastructure that upholds core European values like democracy and privacy. To do this, we need a clear strategy. Long-term challenges cannot be solved with short-term solutions. Too often, research and innovation policies have been shaped by fragmented funding, short political cycles, and an aversion to risk. If Europe is serious about strengthening our strategic autonomy, we must change this approach. In Denmark, we have taken steps in this direction. We have recently passed a new long-term strategic approach to funding for research and innovation. For the first time, we are committing funding over a longer time horizon, providing greater predictability for institutions, researchers, and innovators. And just last week, a broad majority of the parties in the Danish parliament reached a political agreement on technology transfer to make the road between research and entrepreneurship shorter and easier to navigate. At the same time, we are sharpening our strategic focus on critical and defense-related technologies while maintaining high levels of investment in the green transition, health and life sciences. And the balance here, I believe, is essential. It is important that security and defense does not come at the expense of climate action or public health. On the contrary, I believe Europe's resilience depends on excellency across these fields as well. And this is part of what makes Europe unique. Around the world, we see very different approaches to technology and innovation. In the United States, the dominant driver is often commercial. How do we get people to buy more? How fast can we scale? How can we capture the largest possible market? There's an enormous creativity, but also an absence of restraint. In China, the orientation is different, but equally clear. Win the global race, use technology to gain strategic advantage, use data to strengthen the state. Success is defined by control and speed. And then there is Europe. Europe is not naive. We know that innovation fuels prosperity. We know that technology is essential. We want economic success. Of course we do. But we also insist on innovating with respect for our core values. Europe's strength in research and innovation rests on academic freedom, institutional autonomy, and openness. It is more contested, in a more contested and polarized world, there can be a temptation to close systems, restrict cooperation, or instrumentalize research too narrowly. That would be a mistake. Europe's value-driven approach is not a disadvantage in a global competition. I believe the opposite, that it is a competitive advantage. Europe care about the hard metrics like productivity, growth, jobs, but we also care about the soft ones like well-being, fairness, trust, social cohesion. This broader lens is sometimes portrayed as a burden, a barrier to rapid development, but in the long run, I believe it makes us stronger. Societies built on trust are more resilient. Technologies that respect human dignity are more sustainable. And systems designed with ethics at the core are less likely to break, to backfire, or to need to be rebuilt later. Values give Europe direction, they give us meaning, and ultimately, they give us legitimacy. Now is not the time to waver on our principles. If Europe wants to remain attractive to global talent, if we want to lead in breakthrough innovation, we must continue to trust our research institutions and to protect academic freedom. Another lesson from our current situation is that Europe must fundamentally rethink our approach to risk. We all know the term valley of death, the gap between promising research results and market-ready innovation. In Europe, these valleys are often deepened by complex regulation, slow decision-making, and a lack of risk-willing capital. Too many excellent ideas die not because they are weak, but because the system around them is. If we want a European DARPA-like capability, we need a new approach to risk-taking in research and innovation policies. This means accepting failure as a necessary part of learning and supporting high-risk, high-reward research alongside excellent fundamental science. We need to protect Europe's strong foundation in basic research, but it should be complemented by mechanisms that allow bold ideas to move faster from the lab to real-world application. The public sector cannot and should not carry this risk alone. Public-private collaboration is essential. An example from Denmark is our relatively newly announced Quantum Fund, 55 North, that has a total budget of 1 billion Danish kroner half of this funding comes from the private sector. This kind of balance of blended finance is precisely what Europe needs more of. Public money crowding in private investment rather than replacing it. We also need to rethink our approach to dual use and defense tech. The current framework program for research and innovation in Europe, Horizon Europe, is for civil research and innovation alone. During the Danish EU presidency, we underlined the need to explore ways of using synergies between civil and defense-related research and innovation, and I will continue to do so in any European forum that I visit. We also need to be realistic and take our security into own hands. This means ensuring Europe's ability to defend ourselves and our democratic values while pursuing scientific and technological progress. I believe that Europe has some of the best societies to live in. We need to be able to protect that. And if we want our technologies to stay and grow here, we need to also make Europe the best place in the world to scale innovative companies. Europe is in many ways a stable continent in an unstable world. In Denmark and during our EU presidency, we have worked towards a response to that uncertainty by strengthening Europe's competitive power and our ability to stand on our own to protect everything that we have built over decades. So we know that prediction is hard, especially when it comes to an uncertain future. But the computer scientist Alan Kay said, and I believe he was right, that the best way to predict the future is to invent it. I truly believe that Europe has the knowledge, the talent, and the values to do exactly that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming. Truly appreciate it. And now we're going to have the panel sort of discussing what you just said. When you quoted Niels Bohr, I suddenly sort of found a quote that I used to use when I was Pro-Vice-Chancellor of the University of Copenhagen. Never express yourself more clearly than you are able to think. I think that's also a very good one to remember. So thank you very much for your rock and roll, and see you soon. I'm sure in various places. And we now going to move to a panel which will last until 3 o'clock, because you also need to have some coffee, as I promised you. So we now have a panel up here. We'll debate what we just heard, but obviously also what we just saw with regards to the overall lack of our ability, to invest enough in research and innovation. And please don't be shy. Join me up here. So we're also going to debate how innovation can be translated into real-world impact. And who do we have up here? We have Henriette Hallberg Thyssen, CEO of Therma, Per Lagardier, Head of Government Affairs, Group Government Affairs at SAP. And, we also have Lars Frølov, lecturer at MIT and former board member of the EAC Fund. And you have an immense understanding of deep tech investments, and I'm sure we're going to get back to that. So let's give them a big hand of applause for coming here. And Henriette and Per, what are the main barriers, would you say, sort of holding us back with regards to innovation in the European defense sector? Where are the choke points? Could be within investment, could be within industry, could also be regulation. Who's going to start?
I can start. Thank you so much. And perhaps I would like to start with a kind of a positive note and what the minister just said, because I think Europe has a good position to start there. We have a world-class research environment. We have a large industry with high-tech engineers as well that could actually industrialize those innovations to a greater extent than today. And we have a large internal market. And those three together could actually pave the way for greater innovation. But Europe systematically fails to kind of take these ideas over from kind of fundamental research over to actually products in the market. So I think there are things that we have to do. And as a kind of a representative from the defense community or the defense industry sector, I would say a couple of years ago it would have been financing. We had a time where the defense industry was perceived as controversial when it comes to the ESG criteria. And I think that is also one kind of existing problem for the civilian companies that would like to move into the defense sector.
In what ways? I mean, that they...
Well, we still have the EIB, for instance, that have a dual use, and you know, going in from a civilian sector into the military sector also means that you need to apply a lot of new regulations. For instance, if you develop a product today, we are under export control for good reason. We are developing defense material and weapons, and that has to be regulated. But that also means that you need to move into a new sector where you haven't been before, and you need to comply with a lot of regulations, both law and other things. So that is kind of an obstacle that we need to work on, I think. And as the civilian technology are growing in importance for the military, for the defense and the military defense industry, this will be, I think, a key obstacle to overcome in a couple of years. For now, I would say that the lack of speed is the greatest problem for us. We have a lot of it's flowing in money. It's the European Defence Fund, it's different governments pouring in money in investments, etc. But the lack of speed and the processes and procedures that we have today that are being developed during a period of time where we had a lot of time, but a little money. So the processes are adapted for that period of time. So I think we have to change this. And you can see from the lessons learned from Ukraine how important the innovation loops are.
Right.
Recent article in Economist where they interviewed warfighters, soldiers in the battlefield. They pinpointed that they had, from a new system that was fielded, it took 3 to 8 weeks before they had to upgrade its software, because the defense capabilities is to a greater extent defined by the software content. So these innovation loops are really fast now. And then you have to adapt this system where we procure, identify the problem, and for our engineers to actually work on the problem, you have to diminish that to a really slow, short period of time. So the old time processes and the lack of speed, that is one thing I would say.
There Ukraine was actually faster.
They are.
They didn't have that many old rules.
Yeah, they are doing tremendously things in Ukraine. And that is due to the fact, obviously, that they are in a war, so they don't have to apply the same set of regulations and rules that we do have. The second thing, I think, is still a barrier, and that is the predictability. Where are we funding? Where are we going? In which areas are we kind of investing in the future? And the EU has pinpointed 9 different capability areas. That is one thing that you could do, and you have to fund them sufficiently as well. So the predictability, because there's a discussion now on ever-worn capacity in Europe. You need an industrial production capacity that could go into a mode where you increase the production. But I would argue that that is equally important when it comes to the competence and the innovation capacity. It's not only about kind of producing hardware, it's about producing software as well.
Henriette, what is your take on all this?
Yeah, I concur with a lot of the things being said. I think we are seeing tremendous innovative capabilities coming after Ukraine and some of the geopolitical tension that is creating opportunities for European companies.
So a shock, basically, that one has acted upon, yeah.
Yeah, so very fast innovation cycles, very quick speed to market. So I do think we are capable of doing it in Europe. The situation calls for a different perspective in the private area, in the defense companies, but clearly also in how we work together with authorities and ministries of defense. We talked a little bit about the dual use sector before. It is a massive shift in mentality. One of our products is command control systems, and you can say, in the past, we were in a world where you put so many things in so you wouldn't shoot by mistake. Today, we actually may need to shoot. So there's a whole how you design system, and everything was based on you didn't imagine war or defense action in kind of national territory, completely shift in mentality. And that means that more risk-based attitude is needed as well. So I would also concur with the risk and the mindset and the speed. But also, I think we are moving in the right direction. I have a lot of confidence in that.
And how or where are we moving in the right direction?
In terms of getting innovative products to market, being out testing, collaboration with Ukrainian companies. Defense of yesterday favored very big platforms that you needed to have a F-35 or something, but there's a lot of new developments. It's far more software enabled, it's integration, it's quicker capabilities. There I think we are seeing progress across the European defense industry.
And the EU, is the EU a barrier, or is the EU really also driving this process?
I think the EU is supporting in terms of some of the funds being made available, and there's a practice of good collaboration across different companies. I think what can be a challenge is that sometimes indeed you need the scale, because if you only look at your own home market, that may not be able to sustain whether it's a production or a development. So how can you not necessarily have all of EU coming together, but regional clusters within EU that can...
Coalition of the willing, as Lars Sander
things like that, yes, that will allow you to get the needed scale in for the new product development.
And Lars, your notes, could you just show me your notes again? Because Lars showed me the notes look almost like my handwriting.
Okay.
So what does it say on the notes, and what do you think is the most important sort of message that you have, those also just listening to your fellow panelists?
Thank you for a great question. I think, we've heard the word competition a lot during the day, right? I think we're now moving into an area where I think we need to stop rephrasing the question, right? What if we were innovating and bringing things to market as if our lives depended on it? It's a different paradigm, it's a different way of thinking. And if we stated the question in that way, I think we would give different answers. And maybe we'd be looking at the current things that we're doing and seeing it through that perspective, we would say, what the hell? Why are we doing this at the end of the day? You had the DARPA piece up here. By the way, DARPA, if for the audience that maybe doesn't know, the DARPA stands for the Defense Advanced Research Project Agency. It's an agency that was created in 1958, right after the Sputnik launch in 1957, in the US as an agency to prevent technological surprise. Most of the technologies that you have in this room were funded at the earliest stages by DARPA. So that all this sort of like diffusion coming from the military sector, obviously the Department of Defense being the main buyer, led to the civilian space, came to the civilian space, internet, GPS, and the latest 2013, DARPA did the earliest investment in two small companies. One was called CureVac, and the other one was called Moderna. The main reason I think DARPA is interesting is that it is the exact opposite of what we do. For example, they bet on risk, but they bet on risk in a very particular way. They make deliberate bets, systematic bets on the heretical ideas. So those ideas that no one else actually wants to fund. For example, with the mRNA, it was clear also in the US and in Europe, it was hard to find funding. Then DARPA said, that's for us. Let's do it. Let's put our weight behind it. The same thing with GPS. The same thing also with drones, by the way. Autonomous systems was also DARPA, a lot of these things. So I think there is still in the way that we fund things, for example, just to be very nerdy, we use in everything that we do in Europe, we use peer review to assess any idea. What we systematically do is to be sure that everything that is new is met by consensus and conservatism.
And takes a long time.
Right. It takes a lot, and it takes an enormous amount of time. So it's not that we are, risk averse. The problem is that we actually deliberate in a systematic way. We are very, very risk averse. And we are making sure that the most and the boldest idea cannot get any type of funding. So
and why is that? Taxpayers' money, or
yes, it's a clear mandate that it is more important that the money is rightly spent with accountability than we actually get the right outcome. I truly believe that, because I lived in these systems, both in Denmark and across Europe. The key thing is the money
spent in the right way, the outcomes, yeah, let's see, at the end of the day. Then the other part, which is also, and you highlighted that, especially in the defense area, is that Europe have over the last, basically since the 60s, have become an accelerator for the rest of the world. We develop everything, and as soon as it becomes impactful and important, it moves elsewhere, in that sense. So basically,
there's speed there, at least, yeah.
So what we have done is that we've made sure, and once again, it's not as if it happens, it's deliberate, it's systematic, right? We've basically made sure that there is no funding for these. Because what we say is, it is more important that we had the idea and we developed the technologies than we actually own the market. We haven't really realized until now that those that compete are those that own the market. So the main problem from some of these companies in your space right now, and you represent quite large companies, but there are new companies coming up. Sometimes people call them neo-primes. These are sometimes dual use, sometimes they're more actually sort of weapons and stuff like that. Their main problem right now is actually not the funding, is the buying power. If you are building a rocket, you need to have a place to send up rockets. Imagine that in Europe, we have actually not been able to really be able to send up our own rockets, or at least having that widespread availability. We also need to be able to produce rockets. Right now, Europe is not buying enough from these companies to actually create these rockets, although we have some of these companies there. So most likely, these companies, if we don't start buying from them, they'll go to the US where they can buy tenfold, because you go where your customer is. Any entrepreneur needs funding, talent, and money. Customers. Customers at the end of the day, right? And we have sort of lacked, we got kind of getting to get the funding right, I agree. The problem is that we do not have the customer side there yet. Once again, small example. Across most of Europe, we give a tax credit for those that do R&D. Why do we not allow ourselves to, for example, give a tax credit for a courageous large company that's buying from a startup? It needs to go to the US to get that buying power. That's not right. So we allow ourselves to give a tax credit all the way up until it becomes important. Then there's nothing. Once again, we are deliberately in the system not making ourselves win, because we basically have told ourselves that we cannot do these type of things. And that has a particular importance for defense and security, which is that the main risk of what we're seeing right now, where everyone is crying for new defense and security startups, is that we don't get the demand side right. We will be using all our European money again, and in 5 to 6 years, these companies will be American companies. They'll be under export control. So we developed it, get them to the US, and then we cannot even buy the solution. And it's funny because it's true, to quote Ricky Gervais. Right? That's the main problem.
Okay. So that was a diagnosis. What's then the cure?
Okay. You need...
I'll get back to you, don't worry.
So I actually truly believe that you can implement, for example, you cannot do it via the EU because it's tax, but you can probably go through some of the member states and start having a coalition of the willing, as member states, to actually say, how can we start buying into some of these areas? One of the key things that I think we need to focus on, just to mention two examples, let me just mention one, because it's has started to become okay to say in a way. We need a sort of coalition of the willing to basically build a European Palantir. Our dependency on Palantir have grown way, way, way too big. We have right now 4 to 5 European companies that are struggling and trying to build that. If we had 2 to 3 governments who went together and say, we would actually be your beachhead market and start buying, we could create at least an alternative. That is actually possible, but we need someone to do it. The way that the US have been able to do this, and this might be a European version of doing this, is that they created something called Other Transaction Authority, OTAs. US defense companies, you work a lot with OTAs in the US. OTAs is the way that the government can buy, not a product, but can buy development. It lies outside of the procurement rules. That's why it's Other Transaction Authority. That would allow also on the government side in Europe for us to actually be an early stage buyer of those things that we deem necessary for us as countries at the end of the day. That is completely doable. It's completely feasible. And then the third thing is that we need more of, obviously, the private capital chipping in here. And I don't see that as, well, that's a big discussion in itself, but I do believe that that's also currently what we're seeing, also here in Denmark and also across Europe, that there is a real mobilization in the private capital now to move into this area. I also agree there that our pension funds, for example, are now seeing that this is a place that you can move in.
Exactly.
You've seen IFO in this country really leaning in, and hopefully when you lean in, others look at you with envy and they say, can we do similar?
Yeah, also lean in. Any comments, I presume you have, to this very clear sort of proposal?
Yeah, I think we end up in the pretty much same conclusions, and Saab has a subsidiary in the US, and we operate there under certain rules, security agreements, and for me, I can see now on our market that US companies are moving into Europe, to de-risk from what's happening there, and I think. Perhaps we should use the same kind of reciprocal view on this, which means that we need to secure that we have the design authority over technology here in Europe as well. And I would like to also emphasize what you say about kind of procuring knowledge, procuring what you say OTA, the development phase, because now coming from the Swedish system. We have a close cooperation with the Swedish customer, obviously, and we always pretty much share the investment in some way. And by having government capital flowing into the system, we can increase our share of it as well. So I think we need to kind of recalibrate also what we have to invest in, due to the fact that it will become more software-driven capabilities in the future, and that is brain power. That's not only the hard power. So we need to realize that, I think. And then we also have, as a large company, responsibility to provide kind of a place for the small and medium-sized companies to move in here, because we are a large system integrator, and we kind of on top of an ecosystem where we bring in a lot of small innovative companies that actually don't have any other customer, but we provide an environment where they can develop and where they can integrate their products or ideas and systems into what Saab does, and in that way we become even more innovative. So there's a lot of things that you could do on a government level, but I think that we as industry has to take the responsibility to change by practice, to show and lead the way forward, and we try to do that.
Just a small remark, or
no? Just one small remark. I think it's. I think one thing is important here.
Don't fall down there, by the way.
I think so. I think it was Draghi that talked about pragmatic federalism, coalition of the willing, pragmatic federalism, kind of same. I think one of the key things that we need to see is that you actually have these countries via the ministries of defense going together and basically saying we will build a capability because we need a second source. That's basically it.
Henriette, any remarks?
No, not to this topic.
So, but then if we look upon the EU's policy on this overall topic, both research, defense, what are your hopes then also for the upcoming negotiation on the EU's multi-annual budget? Where should it sort of put more stress, seen from your perspective? What should be the goals also for defense? Do you want to answer? Yeah.
I can start, right. So with the defense summit that was coming through, basically Horizon Europe will be able to do dual use in the part that's called STEP, which also lies under the EIC fund, which is some of the equity investments. They are actually not only dual use. So just bear in mind, moving from civilian only to dual use is kind of a revolution. So, it should be applauded, at least from my perspective.
Which is also Pier's point earlier.
Yeah. But if you look into STEP, you can actually start by actually doing actual weapons, much more offensive things, which I also, by the way, also appreciate, because we have a tendency, that's the EIB thing, we have a tendency in Europe to have a defense security policy that runs on blanks, like we're shooting blanks at the end of the day, but we really don't lean in that sense. On more general, coming back, because there's been this idea of a DARPA, that could be part of how we could set this up. I think it is fair to say that if we are to be serious about this, we need to start with such a boring and nerdy bureaucratic question as governance. Because simply, I think we know what to fund, but if we do not place it outside of the European Union and outside of Brussels, I do believe that it will be, at the end of the day, it will be so complicated and it won't be able to actually deliver what it needs to do. Because DARPA is everything that Brussels isn't. Right? Selection
So one
model.
should forget about the
right.
vision
So
of
it
that,
doesn't care about who it gets the money to. Right? If you're a big corporation, if you're a large corporation, if you are a startup, if you're a single individual, if you have the right idea, I'll give you the money. So all these things about, you need to be a box and above a certain amount of employees, then we can't give you the money, all these type of things. It's just gone. Right? So I think in that sense, DARPA is I sometimes call it like it's a pirate ship that's part of the Marine. Right? It's inside the US innovation ecosystem, but it's just deliberately completely different. I think that's what we need to create. Not something outside, that's easy, but inside, because the system needs to see that if it wants to survive, it needs something that's not itself.
I think that in all these discussions at EU level, I think that we really need to be mindful of the pace. So it's also to not go for what should the big golden solution be, but how can we really allow certain things to move faster and moving in tandem with other things? Because I would say it's, at least as a private company, one of our concerns, we also get approached on creating big scale on cross-European thing, but there is so much happening in Ukraine in terms of innovation and demand. So we just cannot waste time in having long discussions around formalities on jurisdiction or compliance between companies. So I think we will form partnerships. I think it's important to have these smaller coalitions, but then we cannot lose sight of the speed, because that is going to matter both in terms of supporting Ukraine, but it's also going to matter in terms of creating deterrence in the rest of Europe. And it is a very real issue that we are seeing the hybrid war, the dual use elements, and we just need to move with speed and not make, and I appreciate I'm not a politician, but an action-prone mathematician. So I think I appreciate we need the rule-based, and I can only applaud that. And I think there are definitely things, as the minister said, we really should also care about to protect and how we do things in Europe.
The values, yeah.
The values and how we do it. But the speed and how we can allow us to move forward and not be stopped by the lowest common denominator, I think is super crucial in how we can protect our values.
And I think the new term is value-based realism. I think that's Alexander Stubb, the president of Finland, who came up with that term. Your final remark?
Final remark, I think we should test some new ways. Perhaps subscription as a model for defense capabilities could potentially be one. We can deliver a certain amount over time. We can upgrade a system, but we have to get the predictability. That's something that hasn't been used yet. I think, referring to the DARPA model, one thing that is really interesting there is the delegation down to the tightly managed team. So get sufficient money and let the team work. Give them the money, give them the mandate. That the second thing, tear down the walls for cooperation. That I would say is, and then also define the hard operational problem that we have to solve, and not going from the technology, because if we get kind of the freedom of presenting solution, the innovation will come with that. So then we will also serve something for the end user.
Henriette is nodding.
Yeah, that I completely agree to. I think when we are talking about these big collaboration innovation, I think it is much easier for us to get together and innovate if indeed it is the problem, build the European Palantir or solve this particular problem. I think that will allow us to have much more speed in the innovation. As I said, I have confidence that the companies in Europe can then figure it out, but it needs to be based on specific problems.
1 minute, Lars.
Okay. Fundamentally, what we're talking about here is a revolution to Europe since the Second World War, because we're not talking about a model that moves any longer from the left to the right, research, transfer, yeah, blah, 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 company, is basically much more from the right to the left. That means that it's mission-oriented. It starts by stating a clear metric of how success looks like. The GPS was created by a program that stated the following: a handheld device with military P code of less than 10 pounds. That in the beginning of 60s led to miniaturization. That is the reason that you now have GPS in your phone. That was the right-hand side objective, and then you moved towards that. It's fundamentally a different way of thinking. That's where we need to go.
Woo!
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now it's coffee and cake. Be back at 3:30 for the Danish Minister of Foreign Affairs. And he's very fast at running, as you all seen on television. So do be back at 3:30. Please find your seats. We're just about to start. Please find your seats. Thirty seconds and we're starting. Welcome back from the break. Right now, while we're here, and Margrethe Vestager alluded to that at the beginning of our conference, thousands of citizens are without electricity, tents been put up. We have minus 30 degrees. We all know what I'm talking about, Ukraine. I read a piece in a Danish newspaper over the weekend where they had interviewed Lydia, who was 91 years old. She was sitting there in Kiev, and then she had apparently not lost her spirit, because when she was asked whether she was cold, she answered, well, at least it was colder in 1942. So that tells you something about the stamina of the Ukrainian people. Ukraine has been challenged in the most brutal way. We have also been challenged, not the same brutal way, but we have had to sort of come up with new ideas, new solutions. We'll discuss that to figure out where we are. Our first speaker in this panel is a minister who ran out of the White Office. Usually it's the other way around, that people compete getting in there, and preferably as number one. And although he is into running, you can see his Instagram. At the moment, he's more into getting 10,000 steps a day. And I was quite impressed that you, Lars, during your short but almost epic visit to the States, counted steps late at night in the basement of the Danish embassy. So I've done some research for you, and you have come to the heaven of steps, because this building offers plenty of staircases. As a matter of fact, Rundetårn can fit into the atrium just outside. And I guess I can give you a pass. So late at night, you can just keep on running or making your steps. Now just have to step up here. And thank you so much for coming. We truly appreciate it. You have so many other things to do.
Thanks a lot, Løkke. Then I will be walking around here, counting steps, because I still miss like 3,500. Okay, but I'm honored to be here as one of many keynote speakers. I just took a look at the program, and I can count 11 keynote speeches. Quite many, you could argue. But it's still an honor for me to be invited.
Yes, it is. Yeah. You may be invited next time, but
yes, thank you. And I'm also happy that there's quite a large audience, so the keynoters have someone to talk to. But jokes aside, we are living in challenging times, so that's probably why you invited 11, because we need a lot of different perspectives. This is most necessary. And many of us, there are a few exceptions, young people in the room, but many of us have been around for quite some time, and we have seen a lot. We grew up hearing stories from older relatives about World War II and the freedom that followed. And we were kids when the Iron Curtain divided Europe, and young people when it fell. I remember that very well, because I was grown up in the shadow of the Berlin Wall. It defined my youth, so to speak. And these two events, the Berlin Wall, the Iron Curtain, and World War II, were two defining moments that shaped the world we know today. And you don't always realize the historical weight of something while it is unfolding. But it seems like we are now in the midst of another defining moment in world history. What we built after World War II is under severe pressure, and the security of future generation is at stake. So I guess everybody agree on that analysis. So the million-dollar question is, how do we respond in Europe? And the short answer to that question is, we step up. And I believe we have seen that recently. And then the long answer. I could also give the long answer, but then I had to speak for hours, and that's not going to be pleasant for any of us. So allow me to zoom in on three major changes in the geopolitical landscape and how I believe we should respond. Greenland and transatlantic relations are important, but the world is much bigger than that, and our challenges are broader. So I'll come back to Greenland, the transatlantic, later, but I will begin where you also began, Ukraine. Because what we have experienced the last few weeks about Greenland is itself a challenge, but it's also, in addition, a challenge because it has led to a situation where absolutely no one in Denmark and very few in Europe have talked about Ukraine. And in the meanwhile, Russia's attacks have escalated day by day on civilians, on energy infrastructure, Russia is right now trying to freeze Ukraine into submission. In Kiev, people have faced -20, perhaps 30 degrees without water, without electricity or heating. And that's not only inhumane, it's cruel, and it deserves our full attention. And no one wants peace more than Ukraine. Despite the bombings, they are engaged in the current peace talks in good faith. They are engaged in good faith. But can we, honestly speaking, say the same about Russia? I don't think so. Absolutely not. Europe has responded with great resolve. For the last year, we have provided virtually all new military support to Ukraine. I think we now deliver like 95% of all support to Ukraine. We have agreed to lend Ukraine 90 billion euros, and we are stepping up support for the energy sector in particular. Denmark as alone has most recently last week decided to front-load 16 million euro to Ukraine's energy infrastructure. And in total, as you probably know, Denmark has supported Ukraine with approximately 10.5 billion euro in combined military support and civilian contributions since the war started in 2022. And we must sustain our support, all of us, to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position at the negotiation table, to ensure a just and lasting peace, because the security of Ukraine is also the security of Europe. So that's one, arena to talk about. And then let me shortly turn to the Middle East. Though it would be a welcome development, the instability there has not ceased over the past weeks either. The Israel-Palestine conflict affects the entire region. Tensions have escalated in Lebanon, the Red Sea, and Iran. And in Syria, fragility remains. The ceasefire in the northeast hangs in the balance. And when I visited Damascus last year, I met people who have lost almost everything, lost their homes, their family members, years of their lives, and yet they carried hope. And some could ask why Europe should be involved. Why should Denmark be involved? Why have we most recently decided to reopen our embassy in Damascus? And the answer is simple: because stability in that region is in our own best interest. To prevent terrorist cells, to prevent migration crisis, and more positively, to help democratic movement take root. And I have personally pushed for greater EU involvement in the Middle East. And the EU is a key supporter of Syria's recovery. We are by far the biggest donor to the Palestinians and Israel's largest trading partner. That gives us important leverage, or you could say it should have given us important leverage, because our ambition must be not to be only the payers, but also players, defining the steps forward based on our democratic values and principles. If we look at Gaza, there's of course a glimpse of hope. The current US-led peace plan is the only realistic plan on the table. And we have, of course, serious questions about President Trump's board of peace. This idea of kind of establishing an alternative world order to the UN. But on the other hand, we have an interest in the stabilization and reconstruction of Gaza, and the ceasefire is still in place. More humanitarian assistance is flowing, and the EU should play a central role in implementing the peace plan and working towards a two-state solution. But that requires that we speak with one voice. And speaking with one voice, however, seems more challenging these days, even between old allies. So let me touch on the third point, the elephant in the room. And I'm, of course, talking about the transatlantic relations. Later this year, Denmark and the US will celebrate 225 years of uninterrupted diplomatic ties. That's the longest diplomatic relationship the US has with any ally, and that is something we are proud of. But recently, the long-standing relationship has become seriously strained, as we have faced disagreements and outright threats. And you all know what I'm talking about. I'm talking about Denmark, Greenland, the Kingdom of Denmark, and Europe. And I know this has affected many of you here, as it has affected me, because the US is our biggest export destination. And while threats are off the table for now, the grander issue this represents is far from resolved. When my Greenlandic colleague, Vivian Motzfeldt, and I visited Washington, D.C. A few weeks ago, it's actually less than 3 weeks ago, we did not imagine all of this to just go away or disappear. It may come as a surprise for someone, perhaps, but I'm fairly realistic about my own abilities. But we did, however, hope we could lower the temperature a bit, and this dialogue has now started, without a clear deadline, but at least we now have the dialogue. The Kingdom of Denmark is keen of strengthening security in the Arctic, together with our allies in NATO and the US, but of course territorial integrity and the Greenlandic people's right to self-determination are red lines. As I have said, in 2026 we trade with people, we do not trade people. We all know what's at stake, and I would like to take the opportunity to thank our European friends here today for your heartfelt support. So to sum up, there's a lot to be concerned about right now, and we should indeed be worried. But at the same time, I have decided to remain hopeful. I was born that way, I guess. I can't really help it. Europe is stepping up.
That's okay.
Yeah, someone should be, optimistic in this shadowed world. And we are stepping up. We are on our own security, our own competitiveness, and a more sustainable future. During the Danish presidency, we agreed on 2 ambitious sanction packages against Russia. We managed to make the agreement about not using the immobilized asset, but at least to give a loan to Ukraine. We decided to phase out Russian gas. We decided on a new defense industry program and multiple new trade agreements with Mexico, Indonesia, other Asian partners, and more is on the way. And most recently, the EU concluded a landmark free trade agreement with India, creating what will be the world's biggest free trade zone. In a world of unrest, I would argue that the European Union is demonstrating to the world that it is a reliable partner. We still have issues also regarding Mercosur. It was a disappointment that there was a majority in the parliament against it, but I think it's something we can overcome. At least that is the Danish position, that we should introduce this free trade agreement, not awaiting, the parliament. That is doable if we decide to do so. But I think we have shown that we are a reliable partner, that we still believe in the rule of law, that we still believe that a deal is a deal, that others can count on us. Yes, the European Union can be slow, way too slow. Reform is definitely still needed, but when Europe acts together, we make a difference. And I have felt that, I must say, on a very personal level these past weeks. And we need to see even more of that in the year ahead for the world to have no doubt that we stand united, firm on democratic principles, firm on a rule-based world order, and firm on a world where might does not make right. Europe is back. That was a headline in a Danish magazine most recently. And I just want to conclude by saying, yes, Europe is back. For me, Europe never left. Thank you. I don't know. Yes.
That could be a new T-shirt now that you have another about training people, not training people. We have 1 minute left because your Ukrainian colleague is about to connect, or rather, he's speaking with his prime minister. And
is he here?
No, he's speaking to the prime minister. No, it's the minister of Europe. So I mean, not 100% your colleague, but still more or less. Well, hang on a minute. But talking about Ukraine. I mean, we now have the apparently 20-point peace plan.
Yeah.
And point number what? There's one point on enlargement.
Yes.
And it says there, at least that was the first version of it, I think, that Ukraine could sort of join by 2027.
Yes.
Yes. And that sounds completely sort of on the moon, you could argue. On the other hand, I presume that they need some kind of perspective. You just said yourself that we've been debating Greenland, and of course we have been debating Greenland, but what's the vision? How do we keep up the hope in Ukraine?
Yeah.
Now, as you said yourself, they're all freezing and so forth. What do we actually do?
Yeah, a part of it is, of course, this European track, which is challenged also by that date. And I mean, it's could be easy for Americans to define a deadline for European enlargement. I think we are the one who should deal with it in reality. And our position is still we must insist on a merit-based approach. But you could argue that geopolitical is also kind of a merit, and there's no way around it. I mean, we have to give Ukraine a perspective for European membership as fast as possible. But I think we also need to start some innovative thinking about what does that actually mean. Because, I mean, we are talking about the largest country in Europe, a big population, with a huge impact on the single market and our own agricultural sector, etc. So I think everybody realize that even though they have introduced a lot of reforms, which is remarkable for a country in war, they are not, ready to join with the full impact or full set of rights. So I think, and that is probably not something which could be worked out in an open session, but someone have to give a lot of innovative thinking to how can we, bring Ukraine on board, and at the same time realizing that in reality it will take, years before they are fully integrated. So I think we need this kind of step-by-step membership into the European Union.
Sounds like gradual integration.
Yeah, some kind of gradual
something like
integration.
That.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, because now we can go to Ukraine. So
let's do so.
But you are more than willing, obviously, to stay.
I will.
You will, or take your steps.
I will walk around.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. But as you also said, we should step up, so we can also do that. Okay, so thank you so much for.
Thank you.
And now, as far as I have been told, we can now go to Kiev. Yes, we are. It works. I'm just going to step over here. Thank you so much for doing this, Taras. We're really proud that you've taken the time to speak with us here in Copenhagen. First time we met, you had just taken over your position. And I went over there with colleagues from the so-called NBA Advisory Group on Enlargement, and we participated in the first training session that you had with your staff. And I remember how sort of really, really impressed we were by their commitment and by their knowledge. Since then, the situation has not become any easier. And again, we are so grateful that you're with us, and we always send you the warm wishes also to your citizens and so forth in Ukraine when we look upon the temperature and we look upon the terrible things that are happening. I mean, the stamina there is incredible. I just found some figures this morning. I hope they're correct. Otherwise, I'm sure you will correct me, or the next speaker will correct me, specializing on Ukraine. That last week, 5,000 more Ukrainians entered their homeland than departing from it. If that is true, then that is really, really, a strong message also for us here that we should not forget about what's going on in Ukraine. So, without further ado, thank you so much for doing this. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for your work in advising us for our negotiations, so that your support is incredible, both intellectually and emotionally, and that the morale of negotiating team is also important. So really, I appreciate this. I think also to the Danish government and people. It doesn't depend in which sequence, but to all the people that support us in many areas. And I think that these 4 years also gave a lot of experience and new knowledge about what kind of support can be provided, what kind of support is necessary, how to do it on time, how to mobilize different resources. I think that all we did together with Denmark is incredible, and know that the Danish model is not a model of Danish. Yeah, it's a model of really actual and proper support, and I really appreciate that you are like a leading role model for Ukraine. So I would like to say something on contemporary or current situation, yeah, not contemporary, but current situation in Ukraine and how it influences the thinking about security. I think that we can now discuss together all the challenges, especially take into account the discussion on Greenland and how the attention to particular topics can distract from the different processes or not, or consolidate efforts. So that all these are the questions that we are living through now. So what is important for all of us now in the context of war? So that we have an offer to find a peace solution to be brokered by the United States. And in the course of this work, we discovered one important topic, which is now rather an axioma and supported by everyone else, is that Ukraine is a cornerstone of security architecture for the next decade or even longer. So that the actual military experience, the ability to deter Russia, the ability to use new equipment, so mixing classical one, different military systems that have been supplied to us, European one, US one, the domestic production of drones, but mostly the knowledge, yeah. So that this techne, what is like going from antique times, so this military or war techne is something that is like a DNA or life, yeah, life element for all security architecture, and Ukrainian army has it. So that's why when we are talking about Ukrainian security in the forthcoming decade, we know that the security guarantees are starting from the capable Ukrainian army. So that's why we will need to maintain the big, capable, properly weaponized the army in Ukraine. Second is the European architecture, security architecture. We all support, believe, and develop transatlantic unity within NATO, with the United States. But the message within NATO and message in Europe, message from the United States, is that Europe should be stronger and stronger to defend itself. And then the question about the input of Ukraine and Ukrainian experience is also important from another perspective of collective security. So that's why future defense architecture, security architecture should be based on combining our efforts. And that's why I think that we need to start to think about security from actual experience. We need to also to take into account that NATO and the EU are the best tools for cooperation between governments. The EU now is entering the territory of security, defense industry, becoming more geopolitical. NATO gains a lot of experience in logistics, in military logistics, in planning operations, in supporting Ukraine, and that's why how we make each other stronger. But the actual knowledge, once again, this idea of techne, what we can do by our hands, is also important for development of NATO, development of the European Union, and involvement of Ukraine into this practical strengthening of existing mechanism. As well, I think that whether we are talking about Ukraine or Greenland, we see that Russia is a threat. Yeah, so that's we also follow the discussion about Greenland that are taking place with Washington, and this is one part. But in the words of Washington, yeah, so that Russia is a threat in Arctic, so that as well as Russia is now an aggressor and also a threat to security to the EU in the East as well. So that's why to deter Russia is our strategic task for next decade, since we see no signs that Russia will change its policy, because its international policy is now based on military, on aggression, on war, on destructions, and all other things that we thought that and we thought for many years that are left in the past. Unfortunately for Europe, it is not a past; it is present. Yeah, so it's the problem that we need we will deal with in next 10 years. So that's why all types of debtor in Russia, of let's say squeezing Russia out of European markets, even for the products where they continue to have some minor share, like in steel, like in energy products. We need to get rid of Russian products totally, since they use every opportunity to build dependencies, to profit, and to use money for war. War is the only product of export in Russia. So this is the only thing they invent. They are not inventing modern, environmentally friendly equipment. They are not defending any peaceful digital war, digital tool or application. Everything they invent and try to export is death, aggression, war, and all these things that are not in demand on ours. We don't want them. So that's why we need to get rid of Russia totally. So just to conclude, I think that it is clear for everyone that now we are using our experience of Europe in collective defense, in the EU and NATO, but at the same time, what is happening now is the act of art, yeah. So that it's like every artist is like making something. So we all are now artists in designing and implementing the security future for all of us. So that's why we need to be very attentive and very supportive to each other in all ideas, in all projects, and in all instruments of mutual support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Before you leave us, I saw the other day you said that a very bold political commitment for Ukraine's accession is necessary, quote unquote. I guess that was also linked to the debate about when Ukraine could join the European Union. Now we know that there's going to be a debate within the Commission. It has already taken place about whether one could have a fast-track enlargement, maybe sort of using a two-tiered membership as an approach here. How do you look upon this discussion that is emerging with regards to your membership?
So since I'm in the middle of all this debate, so for me it's difficult to present it in a sketch, in a schematic way, and this is definitely what we want to avoid, is to treat the idea of faster integration or fastest possible accession of Ukraine to the EU as a simplifying for us or for the European Union. So we still and we continue, and we are not changing our position on merit-based accession. After all, if you want to benefit from any rights within the European Union, you need to ensure that all systems are interoperable. So that means that we are taking on board all obligations. So that's why when we are talking about fastest possible and maybe, even like faster than the speed of light accession to the European Union, we are not neglecting any substantive commitment. We understand that free movement of goods require proper operation of customs. Free movement of people requires coordination of social policies and other things that are in the to-do list for Ukraine. And be above or underneath of all it, so we need to have the same DNA, so that the respect to rule of law and human rights as they are defined in the Copenhagen criteria. What we are looking for is a very clear and very political commitment that Ukraine will be in the EU, preferably by certain date. That will also increase the pressure on Ukraine on speeding up with implementing all commitments. So if we are pressing time, so it means that we need to move faster, EU needs to move faster, and maybe there are some elements that can be done a little bit later to fit into the membership, but not omissed, so that not omitted. So that's why for us this is still about classical, usual enlargement, but as I said, with the speed that might be faster than the speed of light. So that's for security reasons. And for us, it is important that neither broader audience nor insiders are thinking that it is about shortcutting, about the simplifying of the process. No, it's absolutely different task. So we are moving forward in line with all requirements, and we appreciate the breakthrough by Danish presidency on front-loading the benchmarks, so that we overcome this sacrum of opening the clusters. So we have all the benchmarks on the table, and we are discussing with Commission how to implement them for clusters 1, 2, and 6, and we expect the benchmarks for clusters 3, 4, and 5 in the beginning of March. So it means that we we demystified or clarified the situation about how we can move forward with accession. So these discussion about commitment on the date are in the political dimensions, how to ensure that all 27 member states agree, confirm that Ukraine will become a member of the European Union. So this is the shortest answer I can give you, and I can continue with details if you want.
I think that was very precise, and I like your sort of expression that faster than the speed of light with regards to enlargement. I think I'm going to ask my next panelist about that. So hope to see you soon in Kiev or in Copenhagen. Make sure that you pass by Think Tank Europa when you're there. And the Danish Minister of Foreign Affairs, I don't know whether you heard him before, but he definitely said that there is still huge commitment for Ukraine, and one should not forget Ukraine while we are still debating, obviously, Greenland. So you can count on us, and stay safe.
You can count on us as well.
Yeah,
thank you, and thank you for your support. Thank you for your attention. Bye.
Thanks. And we move on, and we're going to stay more or less on the enlargement track. And I think this is going to be a new principle here. M&Ms, that will be sort of the way to characterize the next sort of panel, because we will have Moldova, and we'll also have Montenegro, so obviously M&Ms. But we'll... Well, thank you for getting that point. And we have important personalities from Moldova and Montenegro. Moldova, as we know, is still like Ukraine, trying to work itself into the negotiation room, whereas Montenegro has now been negotiating for quite some time and has also opened all negotiation chapters, if I'm not mistaken. Closed? Okay, closed. Have you... okay, we'll get it back. You can explain up here. First of all, I'll give the floor to the former Prime Minister of Moldova, who I happen to call and proud to call my friend. You have spearheaded the reforms as an EU candidate, or to get the candidate status for Moldova. You played an incredible role when we had Putin's full-scale invasion, because Moldova, as we all remember, was a country which received the largest influx of Ukrainian refugees, so a major task to shoulder. Today, you are, among many things, you are on the board of the National Bank in Chisinau. So, Please welcome Natalie Gravlica, the former Prime Minister of Moldova.
Thank you very much. We started with quotes from the World Economic Forum. And another quote that was featured prominently was the Thucydides quote that the strong do what they can and the weak suffer what they must. And this is very well understood by small countries. So you could rephrase it and say big countries do what they can, small countries suffer what they must. But we can put another quote here, and I think Ukraine and Moldova show it very well. Mark Twain said, it's not the size of the dog in the fight, but the size of the fight in the dog. So I think everybody was quite elated in 24 and 25 when Moldova voted, the Moldovan people voted for a pro-European path, both in the presidential elections, the EU referendum, and then in 25 in the parliamentary elections, despite massive Russian interference. And, you know, this hybrid threat, which is very, very slowly begun to be understood in the West, is orders of magnitude bigger in Moldova. And we have not only energy, blackmail, not only sort of massive disinformation campaign, money, voter buying, political engineering, and so on. But we also have this enormous flows of resources that Russia puts in to make sure that Moldova is swayed. Now, why this is important? If we look at the map and we see Moldova and we know that in the Transnistrian region there are Russian troops, think if Moldova is swayed on the western flank of Ukraine, what this means for Ukraine and for European security. So I think everybody sort of sighed a sigh of relief in 24 and 25 when Moldova sort of stayed on the pro-European course, and sort of Moldova showed that sort of the underdog can deliver. But Moldovans are paying a big price for this. When the war in Ukraine started, we lost 6% of GDP, and inflation was as high as 38%. So we, despite this, diversified away from Russian gas in 1 year, very quickly. We paid the price for it. So the tariffs went up 7 times for our citizens. And an average Moldovan family had to pay 45% of household income on energy bills, compared to an average European household, which pays about 5%. So, of course, we were very happy to have some assistance, to be able to quickly introduce a targeted energy vulnerability system, which allowed us to compensate for part of this increase. But still, people who are in one of the poorest countries in Europe had to pay for this situation. And they are willing to pay. You know, just 2 days ago, we lost electricity in the whole of Moldova with weather that is very similar to the cold that I felt yesterday while walking around Copenhagen. And this is just the tip of the iceberg. I could go on and on and on. And, you know, the Moldovans showed a lot of resilience in the face of Russian interference and Russian propaganda. And we, just like the Ukrainians, Slava Ukraine, who are actually delivering on the security of Europe because they are keeping the fight away from European countries, we are coming up with new ways to fight hybrid operations and disinformation campaigns. And we have shown that a whole of society approach is necessary. We had extraordinary coordination between law enforcement bodies. We had very good independent journalists who went undercover into Russian information networks and showed that it was the Russian money that was invested, thus helping with attribution and helping with decision-making. We had NGOs, influencers, leaders come up and say what is at stake. We had preventive explanation of how the Russians operate so that people are inoculated against these techniques. And there is a lot that can be learned by Europe on this. But we also need Europe's help. We need to feel that we are part of the same team. I've been living in Berlin, Germany, the last year and a half, and one thing that surprised me in participating in events like this is how much more of a sense of urgency there is in Ukraine and Moldova. And I really liked the earlier comment on the panel by Lars that, you know, what would you decide if your life depended on it? How quickly would you move if your life depended on it? And what I see is that sort of, if you think about democracy and European values and the European way of life, you know, human dignity, freedom, self-determination, you know, there are several ways to talk to people about this. One is this model where you say democracy delivers. It delivers prosperity, it delivers security, and so on. But what we're seeing now is a little bit of a performance gap because we see the autocratic countries delivering prosperity, security, and so on. So, you know, people are starting to ask themselves questions. There is also a legitimacy gap because there is not a lot of trust. There's trust that is being lost, like this trust in institutions, which is key to have these values operate in practice. And there is another model where you say democracy and the European values and the European way of life are worth sacrificing for. So think about it. For these values, Ukrainians are sacrificing their lives. For these values, Moldovans, as I have just described, are sacrificing their well-being, their prosperity. Now the question is, what are our European partners willing to sacrifice to have these values and this European way of life hold? And this is why it's very important to see enlargement as this moral response to Russian aggression. It's EU's institutional response to this new geopolitical environment. And I was very glad to say that, to hear Minister Rasmussen talk about the fact that this geopolitical sort of delivery of security is also part of the merit that should be taken into account when we talk about enlargement. And I think whether we talk about sort of dual track or what's important is, do we feel that we are part of the same team? Are we as willing as the other to find solutions to our objectives and our mission? So, you know, if we think sort of, we want this transformation. We chose Europe as a civilizational choice. And my Ukrainian colleague talked about it. So we want to transform, but let's work together towards it rather than expect that it's just our responsibility. Because then it makes it so much easier. And I'll give you just 2 examples and I'll stop, I promise. So one is, there are things that Europe can do in our fight with hybrid threats and disinformation that we are not able to do alone. So part of it, for example, is that we had massive inflow of money. The estimation is 250 million euros in 24 and 400 million in 25, investment by Russia to destabilize Moldova during elections. So what can we do together to stop the flows of cryptocurrency, for example, right? So we have so financial intelligence units and so on, and there are ways in which we can cooperate where we can stop these flows and introduce regulations that would help both us and Europe to deal with this sort of illicit financing that Russia is putting in order to destabilize what it sees as their opponent. Or for several years, I have been talking about the need for geopolitical strategic investments. Now, we're talking about competitiveness, where do we go? And in Moldova, we lost 6% of GDP. We still haven't recovered it in 4 years because there's no investment coming in. Ironic, at the time when Moldova is delivering way above its weight, introducing reforms, this is the time when investors are not coming in because we have a war. And even more so, current investments are leaving because the risks are deemed too high. So we need the participation of governments to share the risk with private sector in order to encourage them to invest in what we perceive as one team. So we need guarantees, financial instruments that would allow us to diminish the risks for private sector so that it can move into Moldova and Ukraine and help with the European integration and help keep the enthusiasm for it. So thank you very much. Thank you.
I think we'll now think about you every time Moldova is mentioned in the national news. Now we move on to Montenegro, the chief negotiator for your country on EU accession. I looked country of Montenegro up yesterday, and I found out that now we are talking about that it's very cold here, Ukraine and so forth. At least I found out that in Montenegro you have 240 days a year with sun.
Exactly.
Is that really true?
Yes.
Okay, so can we all go there and say we're Team Montenegro?
Absolutely.
Okay, good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
You're more than welcome.
Oh, thanks. Okay, so what's your take on this topic, enlargement, and where are you in the process, since I apparently got it wrong? Floor is yours.
Exactly, but thank you very much for having me here. It's indeed a pleasure, dear ladies and gentlemen. Here we need to actually show what are the perspectives of different countries with something what is a historical moment, a disruption in European history, which was caused and motivated by the full-scale invasion, the aggression, and the unjust war that Russia has led towards Ukraine. The perspective of Montenegro in this regard, of course, was not only aligning 100% with the common foreign security policy of the EU, I would say even more than that, because Montenegro is aligning with the majoritarian positions of the European countries in international fora, with all the sanctions, restrictive measures, and of course with bilateral support to Ukraine as much as Montenegro could allow, having in mind its size, its power, and if you want also its international relevance in that sense. But of course, in this period, which caused, of course, a momentum also for enlargement, and enlargement indeed is one of the puzzles that we need in this broad picture that we have been creating this whole day, actually. And I think that the European Union doesn't have the luxury of dealing with these problems individually, but it needs to put it in the very big context, just like Jean Monnet was saying, you know, the complexity needs to be taken all together with giving some kind of solutions. But I think enlargement might be seen as one of the solutions. Montenegro has started its path, its European path way time ago. It was in 2010 when it got the candidate status. 2012 the negotiations started. So we have been negotiating for a lot of time, but the dynamics was actually taken in the last 2 years. So in the last 2 years, we managed to get IBAR, something which you probably don't know what it is about. It's Interim Benchmark Assessment Report. So it's a report for chapters 23 and 24, which are the fundamentals, the rule of law, the crucial thing for the negotiations. And we are the first country among these 10 candidate countries who received the IBAR, so we got the chance to continue with the provisional closure of the chapters. So we managed to close 10 chapters in 1 year. So we are definitely speeding up. We know the speed is very important for the negotiations. Speed is important for this geopolitical climate in which we are today in. So Montenegro has continued with this technical, but also political stream of negotiations with the EU in order to complete the negotiations by the end of 2026 and to become the fully fledged member of by 2028. Our motto is actually 28 country by 2028. Of course, there's a big ambition behind, but
Did you come up with that or no? Who came up with that slogan? Not you, then, or no?
It was somebody else. It was a friend of mine. It was a friend of mine who came up with this slogan. Unfortunately, it was not me, but I think it's a good slogan. I think it tells a lot. I think the speed indeed is important. You know, there's this bicycle metaphor. You know, when you're cycling too slow, you can easily fall down. And also there is, I mean, we heard many quotations by Mark Twain, Churchill, but Lenin as well. So we need one Danish. So I thought about the Rasmussen, but not the one His Excellency we had, but rather Knud Rasmussen.
Oh, okay.
He said, then the Ruster, the one, I don't know if I pronounce it well, but it should say the one who rests actually oxides, is losing the momentum, is losing the energy, so we should definitely not lose the time. But in the same time, using the geopolitical momentum is important, but keeping something which is the European way of doing, as you said, which means rule of law at the beginning, rule of law at the end, rule of law in the middle, rule of law everywhere, because that's what the European project is based on. And we need to keep the process merit-based. We need to make it predictable. Yeah, sometimes it's too slow, for sure. But it's reliable. It needs to be reliable and predictable. And in that sense, we do hope that all the 27 countries will acknowledge Montenegro's reforms in this year, because we are really all in this process. We want to terminate these negotiating chapters, 19 negotiating chapters in the meantime. And of course, in the meantime, we want to see the ad hoc group for the accession treaty being formed. I think this was enough for the panorama, so maybe you can, if you have any questions.
To say, welcome in 28.
Yes, thank you.
Maybe we'll get a T-shirt. That's Ukraine. I mean, if you want to figure out what happens in Ukraine, you should always sort of read what Jana Kopsova has written recently. That's a place to go with regards to Ukraine, because you always go back and forth. You are at the ECFR, dealing with Ukraine, but also the European security program as such. We're so happy that you're here. I will not take up any more of your time. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Thanks very much for inviting me. It's a privilege. It's also a bit humiliating and intimidating, because I'm supposed to say something smart after all the important people already said everything they could. And it seems, listening to the conference, clearly Davos was a thing, because a lot of people quoted things that were said in Davos. I want to add one more, and that is the quote from Václav Havel, which Mark Carney reminded us of. It's the quote about the power of the powerless. And I was born in communist Czechoslovakia, so where Havel was a political prisoner, and he became the country's first democratic president after our revolution in 1989 swept away the communist dictatorship. So those protests were the living proof of the power of the powerless. And during those revolutionary days, Havel would come, he would take part in the protests, and he would always come with this simple thesis: love and truth will prevail over hatred and lies.
Woo.
It sounds, and it sounds almost naive. We lived in a world, we just heard a panel, we had the whole conference about how difficult the world is. We live in a world where hatred is basically paid for in digital world to make money. And we don't need to talk about how truth don't seem to matter more than facts at the moment. And we just heard about how complicated the world is everywhere. On a very personal note, I think, Havel, who was a real transatlanticist, and he really believed that the US is a force for good in the world. Had he heard what was said in Davos? or what's being said about Greenland and Denmark, I think he'd be turning in his grave. But anyway. So we can't bring the victory of love tomorrow, in truth, but what we can do is make sure that this is not just an empty slogan. Because, you know, if they drive our actions and our agenda, which is to make the world a better place, which is, of course, something that we should all strive in our positions, whether they're in public or private sector, right? What that means in practice, even for this conference, is speaking truth. Even if that truth is sometimes painful or it's inconvenient. So I'm going to be talking about 3 truths, 2 for Europe, 1 for Russia. And of course, all of that is linked to Ukraine. Let me start with Europe. Last year, I think, was the first year where our talking points about enlargement actually need to turn into action points. You know, this is not the next Thessaloniki summit of 2003, when we gave a promise to the Western Balkans, and 20 years later, most of the countries in Western Balkans are still outside of the European Union. It's becoming very, very clear. You know, we need to start not just promising, but also delivering, and it's the kind of the time of reckoning on EU's own promises. And frankly, you know, the way the negotiations are going, which the US is leading on the ending the war of Ukraine, you know, European accession might actually become Ukraine's one of the most important security guarantees, as we just heard. But frankly, if you look at the current state of Europe-US relations, Ukraine's accession might become one of Europe's own security guarantees. If you're facing an aggressive Russia, you want to have the Ukrainians by your side. The point about delivering on reforms applies to the candidate countries, but it also applies to how we deliver our promise. And I think we really need to be creative about it, because we can no longer count on US support for enlargement. That's very different from when Slovakia and Czech Republic entered, or the previous waves of enlargement. But also it's happening in a much more hostile environment, as we have seen in Moldova, Ukraine, and elsewhere. And importantly, we have to do it without losing the support of our own societies. Otherwise, the enlargement is going to become a punching bag for anti-EU and extremist forces, and we're not going to go anywhere. So it's a very difficult task. Frankly, I'm glad that Think Europa has done a lot of work on it, you know, starting with the thinking about gradual integration, changing conditions for the use of cohesion funds, agriculture, correction mechanisms, conditionality on rule of law. I believe in bureaucratic creativity, and I believe we can do that. We just need to kind of replace the Gramscian pessimism of the intellect with optimism of the will. Because let's be honest, enlargement is one of the things the EU does how to do, and we do it well. The second truth is about Ukraine and about Europe and Ukraine. You know, we talk a lot about Ukraine's resilience, amazing innovation skills, and indeed, you know, that Putin is not sitting in Kiev right now is mainly thanks to the Ukrainians' determination, innovation, defiance, resilience, but also great human suffering, which continues on a daily basis, as we've heard before. But I think the inconvenient truth for the Europeans is that sometimes our decisions seem to rely more on our hopes or wishes for Ukraine's resilience than on the reality on the ground. As if the laws of physics and math no longer applied. No, this is a war of attrition. Resources matter. Russia is a bigger country. It has more people. It's scaling up its military. And, you know, often quantity becomes equality on its own. Does our support match the current challenges? You know, we talked, and I'm grateful to Denmark and other countries that have stepped up that support. But it's happening at a time when the US, one of the previous very important backers, has cut its military aid and no longer helps financing Ukraine. And the military aid overall has actually dropped. So we must talk about Ukraine's resilience, but we must also talk about its weaknesses, about its needs, about its shortages in manpower and equipment. Not to spread pessimism, but to be better able to help. Because hope is not a strategy. You know, don't admire Ukrainian resilience, support it. My last inconvenient truth is about Russia. And frankly, the good thing is it's inconvenient for Putin, not for us. And, you know, I'm going to contradict myself, which I just said. I talked a lot about where Russia is kind of moving forward, but I think we also need to understand that in the context of what's happening inside Russia. And we need to dispel this myth that Russia is can endure forever. You know, it's a myth of Russia's own endurance. We've heard it on the previous panel, you know, this war has now lasted longer than the Soviet Union's fight against the Nazis. I want to put some numbers in it because I think that illustrates where we are. You know, when the Soviet Union was invaded by its previous ally, the Nazi Germany, it took them 4 years and a huge Western assistance, which Russia seemed to have forgotten about when they talk about the Second World War. They won back not just the territories they had previously annexed, they expanded by additional 1.3 million square kilometers. They conquered half of Europe, including my own country. In 4 years, exactly the same time, Putin's war has resulted in 13% gain of Ukraine's territory. They haven't moved to another country, they're still stuck in the same country. And I think we need to understand, I mean, A, the sacrifice this has cost the Ukrainians, but also the weaknesses on the Russian side. Their economy is deteriorating, their sovereign wealth fund is running low, their oil income is dropping, our sanctions are working, and if we do more to restrict that income, if we use those weaknesses better, we can help position Ukraine in a better situation so there can be real negotiations where actually both sides feel that they need to make a compromise, not just Kyiv, because this is what's happening at the moment. So, to conclude, many ask what the future will bring for Europe. The truth, and hopefully this is the convenient one, it's in our hands. You know, because we have the agency in how this ends. We have that in Ukraine, we have that in Western Balkans, we have that in what happens in Europe. You know, we're not, and Moldova, I mean, that's part of Europe, so we're not a powerless bystander, you know. Think of it, think of it this way. If you told Václav Havel in January 1989, when he was being arrested again, that a year from then, he would be a president of democratic Czechoslovakia, he'd probably go and, you know, send you to see a doctor. But that's precisely what happened, you know, love and truth prevailed over everything bad. I will stop here. But thank you very much. I think we need to see the world for what it is. That means seeing those inconvenient truths and acting accordingly. And I think if we roll up our sleeves, we can achieve a lot.
Woo! Thank you.
Yes, we can. It's still me. Yes. It's still me, you know.
No more batteries. Well, that sometimes happens. I was just saying thank you very much, and also your very sort of hopeful sort of TED talk, but I also said that this bureaucratic creativity was a bit scary, but on the other hand, that is what the EU is able to do, very good at, and that's probably what we need to do with regards to enlargement, as also Lars Løkke Rasmussen said. We need to embark upon some creativity with regards to membership, being more flexible, being sort of a stage membership, whatever. This is one of the major issues that also think tanks have to look into. And as you mentioned, yes, Think Tank Europa and EasyFast done a paper on this, and you can find it on our website. Okay, let's see whether I'm able to assemble my next panel, or whether they have all disappeared. Hopefully not. Or maybe I should just go right away then to, we're supposed to have Dan Jørgensen up here, but let's see whether he's there. 1, 2, 3, 4.
No doubt that the industry sector in Europe in many areas are struggling, especially, of course, the high energy and intensive parts of our industry. They are still too dependent on fossils. This makes them vulnerable for geopolitical fluctuations and threats, of course, but it also means that when we have the high prices that we do on gas right now, and that's been even higher in the last couple of years, then that hurts their competitiveness. So what do they need to do? Well, they need to move away from fossils and use renewables instead. That's number one. Number two, they need to become much more energy efficient, and they need to be coupled better to the other parts of our energy systems. I put forward a grid action plan. Now, I know that physical energy infrastructure might not seem that sexy to everybody, but I can assure you that the people working in the energy sector had had been looking forward to this, and what we've proposed is quite groundbreaking because we want to change the way decisions are made. So instead of all transnational energy projects happening as a bottom-up approach, what will happen now in the future, hopefully, is that we will get in the European Union the power to plan this top-down. This, on one hand, is more power to the European Union, you could say, but since this is not a zero-sum game, it's actually us getting the power to empower member states so everybody gets better possibilities of planning. We think it's key for us to plan an energy system that is indeed rational. Right now, it is as if we are building a jigsaw puzzle without looking at the photo on the box. That's not a very rational way of doing things. We need better planning. So a key part of decarbonizing our economy and a key part of getting rid of our dependency of fossil fuels, especially the ones that we import, which is it's more than 300, sometimes more than 400 billion euros worth of fossil fuels every year. A key component in getting rid of that dependency is, of course, having our own homegrown energy. Solar and wind on land is, of course, still a very important part of the equation, but in the future, offshore wind will play a much larger role. The North Sea is absolutely key here, and that is also why collaboration like the one in the North Sea Summit is important. The UK is doing tremendously well also in decarbonizing their economy, and since we are still very close friends and partners, despite of Brexit, it would be stupid, I think, not to work closer together. Of course, it's not without challenges, since when the UK left the Union, obviously they also left our collaboration and community in the energy sector. But we are working hard to try and establish a closer collaboration. Being integrated with the rest of Europe has huge advantages for the UK, but it also has advantages for us.
That was Commissioner Dan Jørgensen, particularly also stressing the role of our cooperation with the UK. And that then also implies that we will now be looking upon the EU's climate and energy policy. And as you know, we've all seen many things taking place the last couple of years, or just take the decisions made during the Danish EU presidency, so the 2040 climate target, and now we're already having a conversation about the post-2030 climate architecture, looking into how we design the climate policy for the next decade. We have also had the decision, as we heard the Commission was saying, about phasing out Russian gas by 2027. And now we have a debate about American LNG gas, now that we have realized that maybe it is not that great to be that dependent upon the United States of Europe. So now I'm going to see whether I can go directly to London. It's always very exciting. Yes, there you are. Wonderful. Great to have you with us. Rachel Kite, you are UK Special Representative for Climate. You can hear us and you're nodding, so I got your title more or less right. Could you just say hello?
Hello.
Ah, wonderful. We can hear you. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so what's your take on this overall topic, particularly obviously also on how the EU and Britain could work even more together with regards to climate and energy? And thank you so much for doing this.
Thank you very much for the invitation, Luca, and hello, everybody. I'm sorry I'm not there in person. So I wanted to just unpack this a little bit, because there is the UK-EU cooperation at the very heart of the stability and the security of both of our geographic zones. But that's also, I think, when we look up and look out, at the very heart of global climate success and global success in the energy transition. And I think while we're all focused on the immediate electricity bill prices, the issues of affordability within the EU and within the UK, when we're focused on the security of our own geography, we cannot lose sight of the global role that we play. We wouldn't be where we are today in global climate cooperation without the leadership of the EU, with the UK inside it for most of that history, and we're not going to get to where we need to go without the EU and the UK reformulating their leadership for the next 10 years. So just to start right here and now, I think the recent North Sea conference was very important. I think we both, the UK and the EU, see the North Sea as our energy engine room. This is where we can drive our own prosperity, our own security from. And it was very clear that, you know, with the commitment to 300 gigawatts of wind by 2050, you know, reaffirmed at that meeting, that we're both very, very aligned despite the recent interruption of Brexit. We in the UK are also coming off the back of a very successful wind auction, 8.4 gigawatts, both fixed and floating, which is enough to power 12 million homes affordably. So these are all sort of positive stepping stones towards the future that we can all see, and our ability to communicate to our people that that future is there. So we see ourselves as a clean power or clean superpower by 2030. That is our commitment. Obviously, the EU's Clean Industrial Deal mirrors that commitment. And they are practical examples of the kind of long-term planning that both Commissioner Jorgensen talked about, but which Denmark has demonstrated over recent years. But if we stand back, the rest of the world needs our know-how in how to do that, both regulatorily, in terms of legislation and statutory commitment, but also in the kinds of cooperation, technical and political, that it takes to build that kind of stability into the system. So the energy transition lies at the very, very heart of all climate action. The theory that we would electrify, build the electricity system that is clean and then electrify everything off it is beginning to be manifested in front of us. And we now see the emergence of electro-states and their ascendancy, while petro-states still fight to hang on and to still bend international rules in order to their way of seeing things. At the very heart of that, I think, is the 2040 commitment that the EU has basically put in place. That means that in climate diplomacy terms, the next sort of 2 5-year periods, 3 5-year periods are locked in from an EU perspective. And your demand for clean energy and everything that can run off it sends an important signal to producers around the world and to those who could be renewable energy exporters and hyperpowers, but also sends a very clear signal to those that have been providing the EU with fossil fuels in the past about what that demand looks like and what happens when it curtails. And so it's important for us to be able to, us being the EU and the UK, to be able to express to the rest of the world that as our demand changes and as our prosperity is embedded in a renewable energy future, so we are willing partners in the know-how of how to help other countries make that journey as well. The bad news is that the investment that is needed for other countries to be able to make that transition is not really in place. There is, of course, more investment going into renewable energy and the green end or the clean end of the energy transition than is going into the dirty end of the transition. But that isn't true for emerging markets and developing economies. And that wrinkle is at the very heart of the mistrust and the distrust in the global conversation around how we all manage this energy transition smoothly, which is essential for peace and prosperity globally and locally. So we know what happens when we have an overdependence on fossil fuels. We know what happens when that is interrupted and the kinds of conflict and tension that arises. That's happening across the world, and we have to be fit for purpose as a rule-based set of countries committed to democracy, committed to advancement, committed to sustainable development. We have to be fit for purpose, fit for the future in being able to help others make that transition as well, because that will affect the impact of our own transition. So I would say that at the moment, while we're learning how to work together better and closer with very aligned targets and a similar view of the world, our diplomacy globally is a little flat-footed, and we are going to have to sort of step up and be able to deal with that. That, of course, has implications also for the way in which we engage in the resilience of energy systems in other parts of the world, and also how we deal with critical minerals and other elements of the supply of what's needed in order to be able to secure our own renewable energy future and that of others. We are in a world diplomatically of the BRICS, the middle countries, middle-income countries are on the rise, and they clearly are starting to exert themselves and to try to dictate terms in climate diplomacy and in energy diplomacy. We obviously have the need to deal with the United States and its new diplomatic posture on energy as well. But we will have to engage constantly in a technical as well as political dialogue with China, with India, South Africa, Brazil, with other major energy players, both producers and those countries that still need to install their energy systems. And so while we talk about a clean energy system, a connected energy system, and a secure energy system, both in the UK and in the EU and between us and across the North Sea, we have to be able to bring that kind of clean, connected, secure energy systems to, for example, the ASEAN countries, for example, to the power pools of Africa, and, for example, the Eastern Caribbean. That reality and other parts of the world's ability to share in what we know, and we are showing how to do it, will be, I think, important to our sort of next generation of leadership. So as we start to become the electrostates that we want to be, as we start to bring the reality of clean energy into the electrification which transforms people's lives within the EU and within the UK, being able to deliver that promise to other parts of the world in partnership with other countries will be the difference between being able to have people think that this is a pipe dream as opposed to something that can transform their lives now. And that will be important as we see populist groups on the right, but also on the far left as well, decrying the imagination that we have around how to deliver this. So for the next 5 years, it's an urgent effort to increase the amount of interconnection around the world, increase the amount of transmission around the world, increase the amount of transformation around the world. And if we are able to do that, and we have, frankly, the resources, this is largely private sector investment on the back of public investment, and a shout out to Denmark, who've been able to grow their guarantees and their financial innovation to really be able to step up the way that Denmark is investing in other people's energy transition. This is something that we should take the responsibility for. This is part of what climate leadership looks like right now. It starts at home, it stretches across the North Sea, and it's important globally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mrs. Clean Superpower, see you soon in Copenhagen, hopefully. And now it's time to assemble my last panel, my final panel up here, because now we are moving sort of towards what we just heard from policy, but also to practice, zooming in on the role that industry can play in the EU's energy future and also safeguarding our critical infrastructure. Thank you so much. As you can see, an excellent panel. I'm going to introduce you, Eric Gregoire, CEO of Scanlines. We met just recently.
Yes, that's right.
When I was when you said I could become the ship's godmother of a ship called the Baltic Whale, exactly, as Scanlines. So yeah, very exciting sort of naming ceremony. Then we have Gunhild Grieve. So you are CFO at RWE.
Offshore.
Offshore, see?
RWE Offshore.
Yeah, okay, sorry. So that's Rheinisch-Westfälisches Elektrizitätswerk. Woo! Yeah, I guess that was almost, even for half German, so like Christmas lunch. So very difficult, that one. More easy, Claes Westerlind, CEO NKT. You've been there since 2023, is that correct?
CEO since 23, but in the company since...
You were there before, good. Yep. And you are happy about Bornholm?
Very happy.
Okay, yes. And why are you happy about Bornholm?
Not only for NKT, also for the inhabitants of Europe. I think it's a great flagship example of how energy transition and how that has to look in the future, combining decarbonization with also energy sovereignty and our ability to supply ourselves for the future.
And why was it so difficult then? If it's such a no-brainer, more or less?
I can certainly say that it isn't because of the technology. That much I can say. But
so
I think it also... Exactly. So cables, converter stations, etc. Today, we as a continent, we have a domestic ability within this technology field, both to build wind farms, to build a transmission infrastructure, to make it all happen. And now it's, of course, also about getting the political will and force behind to also make it happen. But I think Bornholm stands as a testament, even though it took maybe too long, as you allude to, it happened now in the end. So I think that's also good news.
And I touched upon the 24 climate targets. I think also the Commissioner mentioned that. Is that important for you?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, okay. What a surprise. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it definitely is, because we have long investment cycles of 10 to 15 years, so we do need security. Although the targets in itself are not going to be enough, we actually need the implementation measures to support the targets, which basically is the framework conditions, the regulation around it.
I actually thought you would say that the 2040 target was not that sort of 100% set in stone, because you could, down the road, you could also evaluate whether they should still sort of be the same.
We have to have confidence that they are stable. Yeah, no, because we need stability to basically, or we have to trust in the targets to make those large investments. We have seen that in other countries or regions across the pond, those kind of commitments are not as trustworthy, and therefore the industry is then losing trust to make the investments. I must say, what we have seen in Europe and also in the UK, where RWE has actually the biggest offshore wind portfolio, is the implementation of long-term targets, and they're backed by the implementation of the framework conditions. They have been not changed, they have been amended to make sure that they trigger the investments needed. One example is in the UK recently, where they have a two-sided CFD. They adjusted the framework to extend the length of the two-sided CFD to from 15 to 20 years. And at the beginning of this year, they announced 8 gigawatts of new offshore wind projects, which gained a CFD award, which will be built until 2032, with further auctions coming every year to support their targets.
2040 target, Scanlines?
No, I mean, same thing. We are looking at continuing on the journey of decarbonization, not only because it's good for the climate, but it's also good for the business. I mean, we have found a way with technology to reduce the cost of maritime shipping, at least on short connection, using electricity to reduce the cost of it. I think the big challenge we have is to make sure that the regulations are stable. We're looking at long-term investment in infrastructure. And so the need for a visibility on the framework and the stability of it is very critical. So, for example, when there are conversations around the change of a rule regarding state aid, those are not helping for making decisions around investments. And I would say as well, when we look at availability of energy, which obviously we are a consumer of it, if you look at what has been done in the US on the Inflation Reduction Act, I think it's probably the way that Draghi has also indicated in the Green Deal, in the Green Industrial Deal, but the ability to reduce the depreciation period of those investments to reflect the instability and the unpredictability of the environment is key for attracting the capital needed to make the gap of about 500 million euro per year to reach the 2040 target. So I think that to create a framework to attract more of private capital to support the transition and to get to the target is very critical.
which was also one of the points in the report, one could say. NKT and the 2040 target, or maybe we can also look upon the 2030 sort of framework?
Yeah, I think it's very similar answers to what we have heard here. First and foremost, of course, we think it's important because we want to reduce our climate impact. We want to go with the decarbonization journey ourselves and be an important part of this involvement. I think secondly, and importantly also, it forces the European industry to also innovate and get out with new technology. And this will benefit us from a security perspective, but lastly also from a competitiveness perspective, to make the region more just self-supplying and when it comes to energy. So I think for all the aforementioned reasons also we follow with a good force towards the climate targets, both in 2030 and also in 2040.
But then as we write in the report, I mean, despite all what you're saying, and you're very sort of persuasive, you have a lot of European states now saying, well, this is actually the right way. Should we really sort of continue the green transition? Should we focus upon other issues? Isn't that just, I mean, too expensive? I mean, because that's a fact if you look upon what member states are doing at the moment. So how would you actually persuade also most of the political system with regards to your green transition?
Yeah, if I start at least and we take...
Oh, am I wrong? But if you look upon it...
No, but I think the numbers, they speak the truth. And I think an issue we have for the moment is that affordability, competitiveness agenda and security is challenging the whole climate journey. And I guess the pity is, that they are put against one another. If we take a step back and we look at the energy dependence on Europe as a region, and I think the numbers also, if not here, then at least in the report, I thought I saw that 40% of the energy that Europe needs, we produce domestically. The rest we import. If you look at oil, we basically import everything that we do in Europe, maybe save some that comes from Norway. If we look at gas, we import around 90% of what we consume in Europe. And with that, of course, then you can think about where does this energy come from? Where do we import it from? We import from the US, of course. It comes a great deal from the Middle East. We import also from Asia to a large extent. And these countries, I think, if anything has been shown in the last couple of years, is that you don't know what will happen in the future. What may be a friend yesterday may not be a friend tomorrow. So then it's about how dependent we want to be as a region towards all of this. And then we have to redistribute ourselves from importing less and producing more domestically. Next question then becomes, what's the cheapest way?
So it's a geopolitical moment, or that's the argument that you would push?
Yes, and then the next question becomes, what's the absolute cheapest form of producing energy today? Number one is solar. We can see in Denmark and in Sweden it's not sunny always, so certainly we cannot use solar for the most part. Then comes onshore wind, and then comes offshore wind. And I think these are facts. And it's also then, if you add the fact of adding large-scale generation in a quick manner, then these are the things we have to turn to. Offshore wind, large scale, is possible to roll out fairly quickly. And RWE, you just talked about the UK and the CFD scheme, and also the countries that are taking a bold step forward there. Bornholm Energy Island is another example of it, and this is what we have to do more.
So geopolitics and price, that's what you're saying?
Yeah, I think geopolitics, price, affordability, also being able to be energy sovereign, so be responsible to be able to produce our own energy, yes.
Yeah, I think there are, if you like, for me, a couple of issues. One is obviously the climate risk is more diffuse than what we see, in Ukraine or in Moldavia, obviously. And therefore the narrative is coming down. But obviously we also know that the cost of climate change is trillions, so it's going to be very expensive as well, or to ignore it. One of the issue we're facing in Europe is that we have actually relied too much on tax when it comes to green transition. And we've over-leveraged, I think, the goodwill created by climate change initially. We have created systems for trading, for example, the European Energy Emission Trading Scheme, which is now 20 years old, has actually failed on its promises because they collect more tax on the carbon credit than they're actually redistributing. There is another scheme that is coming on, which is now called Fuel EU, which is supposed to be the same mechanism. And therefore, for taxpayer to say, look, we're going to first tax you, and in the future, you're going to be better. After 20 years, people start to question it and say, well, is it really a winning strategy for Europe? So I think we need to pivot to relying much more on the carrot than the stick. leverage more private capital so that we can do the energy transition without it to be seen as a tax.
Do you have a comment?
I wanted to pick up on the affordability and the costs because I think over the last couple of years we have not focused enough on the costs on renewables. They are the cheapest, but we have not integrated the build out with all parts of the energy system. So I think we heard before about the grid. We basically built everywhere where we wanted renewables, and we didn't see what the associated energy system costs are. And therefore, we need to incorporate that. We need to plan how we are going to build the renewable energy system to reduce costs. And then also kind of the framework conditions, which I talked beforehand, they will also contribute to bringing down costs. Because if you have a financeable stable project, then financing costs will come down. Also, the suppliers can work on optimizing the supply chain, and therefore it will also bring future costs further down.
And now you're really, really lucky, because sometimes when you're on a panel, you think, okay, these people are important. Yes, they are. But the minister just walked in, so of climate, and now is your turn to say, okay, what is really, really important, seen from your chair, that not only, for your company, but for Europe as such? What is the most important thing to do within the next 2 years?
I would say to complete the green industrial deal, to complete the framework, so that we know where we're standing.
So we shouldn't just start inventing something completely new. We should stick to what we have.
At least that should be the one. You finish what you have started, so that we know where to stand. Number one. Number two will be to make sure that we use more of the carrot for the green transition. So basically, we have more tax incentive that is for helping the company to transition, as opposed to basically extract tax and then ask them to beg for money at the Commission. So having a much disintermediation, if you wish, of the money flow between the company and the investment and funding innovation, I think that's probably on the midterm to do. But first, let's finish what we started.
Yeah, I agree. I think we have a lot of announcements, but we need the implementation now. We have announced, or there's an announcement that we should move to two-sided CFDs. We need that implemented.
So back to Winston Churchill, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No matter.
So and bring down bureaucracy where you can. Don't bring in new instruments. We do have instruments, and you have announced them. So just implement them, and then we can also find the financing to make our projects to realize our projects.
So just status quo and make sure it happens. So we need new ideas here.
Yeah, just adding maybe another part also on the trade aspect, that we also accept that we as Europe cannot dictate the way the world trades. So also recognizing that there are other players in other countries, like in Asia, who trade by different rules, and we need to align to protect our industry so we are not run over by, for example, Chinese vendors. We saw what happened in the solar industry, and we don't want that to happen to the offshore wind turbines, cable systems, transformers, or whatever it may be. And then also it's about setting predictable, reliable, and long-term targets. And I think you spoke about it also before. So to have certainty when it comes to volumes. For us as suppliers, this is the best way for us to feel comfortable to invest, but also to get the cost per, for example, cable meter down to the good levels. And unfortunately, politicians are elected on a 4-year term, whereas these energy systems, they are more developed, and of course also our investments over decades to come, 10, 20 years. So also broad agreements when it comes to energy policy would be something that we call for.
So predictability regards the framework conditions, but but that's it. So you're not asking for any sort of new things that could possibly then kickstart this overall development?
No, I mean, you can
okay.
You can think creatively, like, the Americans have done the Inflation Reduction Act. I mean, they're coming back on that. But if you allow company to depreciate innovation in the green energy over a much shorter period of time, you automatically improve the return on investment, and therefore you attract more investment, as opposed to doing the way we're doing today, which is you create a tax and then you redistribute the money collected on the tax. So you can let that happen organically by saying, okay, it's strategic for us to create more renewable energy. I reduce the depreciation from 25 years to 1 year, 2 years, and you'll see private capital will flow into that.
So, yeah, good. Let's give our panel a big hand of applause. And now it's time to welcome the Minister for Climate, Energy and Utilities. Thank you so much for coming. And, well, you look very happy. I mean, that's nice. And you did not look that happy during the COP30 in Brazil, but now maybe you're still happy because of the big thing with regards to Bornholm. At least that was, I saw you on television, you look very happy.
No, I'm looking happy because...
so the floor is yours.
Because Claes, he was arguing that the election period is too short. And I think we have the best government that Denmark ever had, and not mentioning anything about myself, so that's why I'm looking at, let's go on for another 40 years.
4 more years, good.
No, 40 more years.
Okay, so now you have a new sort of term. What would you then actually do with regards to Denmark, but also regards to the European Union? Maybe we should start with the European Union. What should the EU do? You've spent lots of time in the sort of chairing the various sort of council meetings on energy, climate, I presume. Lots of things you didn't manage to do because there was not enough time. So lots of ideas, I presume. So what would you actually do now?
Allow me to start on a little personal note. Last Thursday, I was with our king in Lithuania, a country that 35 years ago chose freedom. 12 people died when the Russians tried to occupy the country. It would be a good thing if you could get independence from Russia and only 12 people died, but here it was 12 people. They choose freedom. They choose democracy. They choose respect for human lives. A society that believes in individual freedom rights, freedom of speech, that believes in science. They choose something that was bigger than their own country's independence. They choose Europe. They choose the European dream, which for me is the most beautiful dream in the world. And sometimes when we have discussion on why should we work together in Europe, there was this original idea that Europe was a peace project. And at that time, the meaning was to stop a war against European countries, France and Germany. But we are far, far beyond that. Europe is still, in my mind, a peace project, but it is a peace project for all Europeans, and it's a project that should help us safeguard the European dream, our way of life, respect for a continent that has several thousand years of historical background, that stands united even though that we come from different cultures, but in this very little area, this diverse culture, there is a fundamental values that we share and that are worth fighting for and protecting. And we should remember that in Denmark as well. Because if nothing else, what has happened since New Year, I think is a testimony to all of us that small nations in this world has no chance of being heard and has no chance of being secure if we do not work together with other countries. And I also think that we have learned that all European countries by now must be seen as small countries. And in the middle of that, but I think my experience is that even France recognized that France is still France when we are working together in Europe, and the voice of France will be stronger if they stand together with the rest of us. But I will come back to that. So in the middle of protecting that European dream, there is energy. Because if a continent lose control over its energy resources, after 3 days, the medieval age will stand knocking on the front door of your house or your country or your city. After 3 days without electricity, your society simply stops working. So there will be no supply of food. Your toilet won't work, so there will be no access to water. There will be no access to heat. Production will stop. The murder rate will go up. Women will get raped in the streets, and so on. A total nightmare after 3 days. That's the reality. So all continents need to be secured that they can have control over their energy resource, and Europe is pretty far away from that. So we have lived, I think we more or less, no, we do not share the same age, I'm a bit too old for that, but most of us had lived in a period of time where we could trust the energy market, that we would have an inflow of energy as long as we were willing to pay. Then came the war in Ukraine, and we saw a Russia that is willing to weaponize the use of energy to blackmail us, to threaten us. And the way that they are behaving in Ukraine tell us all that attacks in wartime, but unfortunately also in this something in between that we are in now, energy and energy infrastructure is a target. So of course it's clear that Europe has to be able to control and produce more of the energy we need. Previous speakers mentioned that. And the cheapest way of doing that is through electricity that comes from solar and wind, and for some countries nuclear as well. And maybe looking ahead 20 years down the road or so, maybe there will be new forms of nuclear. Maybe they will be here before, but that is for some countries a technology. And then we could hope that we would be secure. But unfortunately, the last 15 years of, among other things, climate politics in Europe has brought us into a more complicated situation. Because after the war in Ukraine, and we have, under our presidency, we have now put a ban on Russian gas. It will end by November 27. One could argue that it should have happened before, but it happened under our presidency, and we managed to get it through the European Parliament in 6 months' time. That will change the future of this continent. So, very good. That will in itself put a tremendous pressure on scaling up of renewables. But that is not enough. So under the last 15 years of climate change politics, Europe has accepted to put a price tag, an extra price tag on fossil fuels. And I'm a strong believer in that. I think it is needed. It's our moral responsibility. It's also part of securing our security on the long run to get rid of fossil fuels. But on the short term, it means that industries and households that are dependent on fossil fuels and where the price of fossil fuels still matters, they have a difficult time in Europe. And at the same time, China, among others, has invested heavily in all the technologies we need for a future without fossil fuels. They are extremely strong in all the core technologies on industrial scale. They have control over the resources that are needed. So going out of fossil fuels, which we must do for no other reasons than climate, means that we are in a risk now of positioning Europe into a dependency that are potentially even more complicated and in some respects probably also more dangerous than the dependencies we are about to leave. And that means that when we set the climate target for EU, we managed to get the 2040 target set. It will also change the future of this continent, 90%. Most people said we couldn't do it in the time frame we had for the Danish presidency, but we did. We also managed to get that through the European Parliament in 6 months' time. And for me, there is, if I should try and explain, besides the skillfulness of the presidency and so on, but I mean, we leave that. The reality here is We managed to do that because there is now an understanding among heads of states and leaders in Europe that, of course, we should fulfill our climate obligations. Setting the 90% target is what reasonably could be expected of Europe. But remember, at the same time, China has put a target on themselves, 7 up to 10%. There is a dramatic difference if you have a 90% target or you have 7 up to 10%. So what China is doing is that they're doing exactly what they think can be done without no extra cost for them. They have a history for overachieving. And they're very good lobbyists, because what happens is that if you look at, for example, how the NGOs in general behaves in Denmark, they applaud China. Wow, China is setting a low target and they're overachieving. Wow, wow, China. What we tend to do in Europe is that we set up a very high target that is very difficult to meet, that comes with a cost. And maybe we will only almost achieve it. And then we will have an NGO audience in Europe that say, what a lazy Europe, and you have to change your politicians and so on. So
okay, so 4 years is stopped. I mean, so no more 4 years.
No, that's why I was happy about not having elections. No, so the thing here is that now the new thing in European climate change politics is we have set a target. We have put into that agreement some level of flexibility, Article 6, a revision clause, and so on. And it is there for a purpose. Because I think now Europe has all the right in the world to ask other major economies to do more. Please live up to our standards, our ambitions, when it comes to mitigation, when it comes to finance of the most poor and vulnerable countries in this world, where Europe is paying the most. Don't ask us to do what US is not doing. There is no moral right to ask us that. There is no financial background for delivering that. And to my mind, it is now very important that climate change politics go hand in hand with the policies that will protect the industrial base of Europe. Because if we lose the industrial base of Europe, what we will see is that there will be a mobilization among Europeans on climate, against climate politics, and our security can be threatened if we don't find this right balance. We saw it then, and that will be my final small words here for introduction. We saw it very clearly at COP30. Europe was totally isolated. BRICS countries has united their strategy together with the countries in the Middle East, the oil states, Russia, and I think US was playing the game as well in the background. There were no willingness for others to do more. So Europe has positioned itself at 90%, and we could not, the normal way of discussing this in Europe is that if we just could have done 92%, then maybe China would have said 12 or something like that. Forget it. Some people told us that if you paid a little bit more to the poorest and most vulnerable countries, the continent that are paying the most already, then they would have decided to go out of fossil fuels. We were totally isolated, and there was a coordination of, China, Brazil, South Africa, oil states, Moscow, and so on. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to showcase that they have the power in the world now, and Europe's role is not what it used to be. They were not willing to do anything more to get out quickly of fossil fuels, so they were not willing to do anything extra to minimize the risk of serious climate change. And then they were united around two other things. They would like Europe to pay more, and the Saudis didn't think that that meant anything for them, because as you're probably aware that in these climate negotiations there is a distinction between poor and rich. That goes back to 1990. And at that time, countries such as Singapore and the oil states were poor. They were developing and not developed. So therefore, no legal obligations on them. Countries that have an average income that is above the poorest European countries. Wild. And the other thing they would like to was to discuss unilateral trade measures, meaning, is it fair that Europe has a CBAM that protects European industries from getting wiped out of industries producing in countries that do not follow the same climate change politics such as us? This was the situation we were in. And here I will bring you back to France, because at that morning, after long negotiation in Brazil, we had to decide in Europe whether or not we wanted to stand united, to say yes or no, and there were definitely European countries that argued that morning that we should say no, but in the end, we stood united. And this is, here lies a bit of my hope for the future for Europe, because after being in the presidency for 6 months, even though it's difficult, we ended up deciding going out of Russian gas. We ended up agreeing on a meaningful climate target, balancing the needs for the industries and countries that do not see that the green transition is so easy as we typically discuss it here. We stood united when we met the rest of the world negotiation in Berlin. And even though we didn't get the result this time that we wanted, we had tough discussions on whether or not to vote yes or no, and we decided to go together. And maybe some of you have seen the picture when we go out to the press. What you didn't see is that behind me stood representatives from all 27 European member states, because they decided that when we went out and had to meet the press, Commissioner Høgstra and myself, they wanted to showcase that we stood united, and there was a representative from each and every one of the European countries standing behind me.
So what happened to your press secretary?
They were trying to get forward with some kind of paper, but they couldn't get through all these ministers.
Yeah. Just one question before you leave us again. LNG gas from America.
Yes.
I'm now saying LNG gas from America. What are you saying?
But it shows how difficult the situation is. I mean, we have now roughly 5 years to get out of Russian gas, because we expect for the next 5 years that there will be a situation in the global gas market due to increased production in the US that we expect fairly low gas prices. It will be buyer's market and not seller's market. But if you take US gas out of that on the short term, unfortunately we're trapped. There is, in my mind, no realistic way that we can deliver what Europe needs, secure and affordable energy, and take our American gas out on the short term. So what does that mean? It means that we really now need to use this window we have to increase the renewable production. It's partly, or no, I would not say partly, it's one of the very important reasons why we decided to go on with the Bornholm Energy Island project, even though that I mean, it's not the cheapest, but it's probably the biggest. And without that, I mean, it will produce electricity for 3 million, that equals 3 million households. And there is a strong security dimension to that goes beyond what the good people with the Excel spreadsheet can calculate for us.
Thank you very much. And
you want questions from the audience as well?
we don't have any more time, but you can now listen to the most brilliant sort of speaker on the US.
Thank you very much.
He may be able to say something that you haven't heard before.
And then thank you, Lykke, and everybody here, because I think your willingness to discuss the future of Europe is desperately needed in the time we live in. We are home alone without
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And talking about the US, we now have our final speaker, or our final keynote, to go back to the Foreign Minister. There should never be a sheet of paper between us and United States of America. If one NATO country attacks another NATO country, then everything stops. These two quotes, I'm sure you've all guessed, by the Danish Prime Minister, Mette Frederiksen, and they're only a few years apart. One could also quote another sort of person, not a politician, but an author, the now very famous Gianolo De Empoli. He speaks of a Greenlandic moment for not just for Europe, but for the world. So we are experiencing a seismic shift. And indeed, a new poll from ECFR shows that only 16% of Europeans look upon the US as an ally. So only 16% of Europeans look upon the US as an ally. So far at this conference, we have spoken about the US, but not with the US. So we have one more shot, and that's where you get into the picture. Our final speaker is indeed from the US, although not, and I repeat, not a representative of the current, but the previous administration, where you served as Assistant Secretary of State for European and Eurasian Affairs. You are Jim O'Brien, and you are now a distinguished visiting fellow at the European Council on Foreign Relations. Few people know the US better than you do, if you look upon the EU's position. And there's one thing that you should all know, is that you were President Obama's special envoy for hostage affairs. So if we want to play with that metaphor, you could say that has the transatlantic relationship been taken hostage? And can it be rescued? And who should do what? The floor is yours.
You must be exhausted.
No.
Yes, as Lika said, I've, in the words of a great former U.S. president, I've been promoted to citizen. So these views are mine. I'm going to start with a few things that we all know, but that need to be said by an American. So that's in the spirit of Václav Havel or Hans Christian Andersen, that when we all see something and know something, we need to say it to each other. Also, sometimes it's easier to see things from a distance. And so I'm going to talk about the Twin Cities, where I used to live. The chief of police of Minneapolis said that in January there were 3 violent deaths in Minneapolis. 2 of them were federal agents shooting American citizens in the name of making them more secure. This is Donald Trump. He will press at and try to break the strongest bonds of trust and tradition in order to see what he can take. That's what's happening in the United States now, and it's what we saw happening in the transatlantic relationship, particularly around Greenland. What stops him is a show of strength and unity. In the Twin Cities, it's a bunch of citizens who show up every day and say that we care more about people being our neighbors than about the color of their skins. And that's a show of strength that he doesn't quite know how to answer. So he's trying sort of nicer rhetoric, but still the same tactics. We'll see how far he gets. We saw in Greenland that a show of clarity and strength caused not only him to balk, but many of his supporters to say that this is something that would be desperately unpopular. And that, I think, is a way that we begin to move forward. And I'm going to make a few suggestions on areas and topics where we can work together. But it has to start by acknowledging the bond of trust and alliance that Denmark and the United States share. And that, I saw the film of the soldiers marching on Saturday. That alliance, I know, is incredibly important to my military colleagues when I was in government, to the American people. And it's something that we appreciate, even if our current president can't remember it when he begins one of his talks. That's the bond we need to restore and build on, but it is the one he will try to take advantage of. Fortunately, I think a transition's underway. We're coming up toward pivotal elections in the US in the middle of this year. Trump's term is scheduled to end in 3 years, and already Republicans are saying to him, give us a little more space. Don't make us sign up to support the crazy. That's just a bit of distance. Democrats are finally beginning to articulate a different vision, and we see that in the fight over funding for the immigration enforcement now, where Democrats are saying we want these people to act like regular law enforcement, not act like a paramilitary band without identification, without needing legal approval. That's a debate that we need to have. What it will mean for the US over the next months is increased volatility, because many of Trump's followers see this as their last moment to pursue their agendas, whether it's the white Christian nationalist agenda of Stephen Miller and others, or a more aggressive approach toward locking in the commercial gains that they get in the carbon-based energy sector or the digital sector or others. That's what they will try, and Donald Trump will keep doubling down until he meets an immovable force. And I think a combination of time and the sentiment of the American people will be that immovable force. But when it comes to talking about Europe, we need to start painting a picture of what the relationship can be. We know it won't be a restoration of what it was for the past 80 years. That was already under strain from China's rise and the concerns of our workers about hollowed out industrial bases. So it's got to be something new. We also know it has to accommodate, even welcome, the rise of the so-called middle powers and the number of new combinations like the EU-India Free Trade Agreement, Mercosur once that agreement gets put in place. All these arrangements will allow for more centers of power in the world. But fundamentally, I think the transatlantic relationship is the foundation for all of our prosperity and security and values. Together, and especially if we add Japan, Korea, we are more than 1 billion people. We are rich, innovative. We know how to build international standards in a way that everyone can benefit. We'll compete and we'll argue, but those things are possible. And if we build something moving toward the future, then I think it is possible for us to found a transatlantic relationship that can thrive in this much different world. Because we know, and we've seen on these panels today, that the sectors that will determine our prosperity and the security of our workforces in the future, AI, life sciences, defense, the energy transition, these are the places we should build the economic relationship that will allow us to have a strong industrial base in each of our homes, but also access to one another's markets so that there are enough buyers, as we heard from the energy panel earlier, there are enough buyers for new technologies to come to market. Working on those 4 things will allow us to move forward together. Now, why? Why should you work with the US after the last year? I can say what I want about whether any of this is subscribed to by the United States, but it's wise to be ready for someone like Trump to come back. But I think there are a couple of things to bear in mind. One of them is that our shared interests will build trust over time. We came together at the end of World War II. The US was desperately isolationist. The leaders of our Senate, elected in 1953, came in, their one agreed program was to get the US out of NATO. That's what the US was at that time. But we knew we had a shared interest in seeing a Europe that was prosperous and stable, and that created the foundations for what has became an 80-year period of peace in this region. And I think we'll share that interest again, particularly if we look toward the industries of the future. The second thing is, frankly, size does matter, as Jana said earlier. Quantity is a quality. I thought Mark Carney's speech was brilliant, but I don't know that middle powers can provide the global public goods that make it possible for us all to be secure and prosperous. So when Chinese ships cut undersea cables that are 95% of the digital economy, or space satellites are threatened by some new Russian weapon, as may have happened a couple of years ago, or other problems with the freedom of navigation happen, it helps that there's a big player that's a part of the team. Now, how do we make sure that the US is willing to play as part of the team? And on this, I'll just make a few suggestions that, and I think we heard a lot in the course of the day. Fundamentally, make us catch up. You know, we're kind of like a racehorse that only gets competitive when we see somebody else running. And I think there are steps Europe is taking and more it can take so that the next US administration comes into office saying, we don't have time to waste. You know, my fear as a Democrat is that we'll get in and announce a bunch of study commissions and agree to have some working groups. We got to show up on day one and be as active as Trump was and just begin doing things. So what are a few suggestions of things that will get attention in the US? So the first is around defense, where already Europe has done tremendous things. Here, I would just suggest, don't just have a target. Set a quantitative metric. We're going to make this many drones. We're going to integrate intel and help Ukraine target in this many missions. You want to have a Palantir? That's the challenge. Like, do those things so that the next US administration shows up and says, wow, we're behind in these key areas. We have to cooperate with the capabilities that Europe has begun to develop. That relates then to how to work with Ukraine and the other candidate countries. And here I'm going to be very modest, but I would just say on Ukraine, have targets on the defense items going to deliver. You know, I mentioned defense as one of the sectors. You notice those 4 sectors. Denmark leads the world in all 4 of them, right? And if you take Scandinavia more broadly and catch like what Finland can do on quantum and AI and some of Sweden's capabilities, is particularly in defense and AI, Scandinavia is a middle power that has the ability, it's a smaller wheel that will turn the bigger wheels. And I think especially when we look at defense in Ukraine, the Danish model that everyone talks about should be able to say, we will produce the following kinds of shells, drones, and other weapons that Ukraine needs in order to keep fighting a fight that we know is in the shared interests of those of us in the transatlantic space. As far as enlargement, I have to be really modest on this. I just say as an American, it'd be kind of nice to be part of something that other countries want to join. And that, I think, is a thing to prize. And I would just offer benefits as soon as possible. Obviously, the political decisions are really tough. But getting people into the single market and get the creativity of the 30 to 35 million Ukrainians into the market is fabulous. Or the sunny days and other benefits of Montenegro, the incredible resilience of Moldova, as well as the geographic importance of the place. All of these things, I think the sooner the benefits come, the more Europe will reap the benefits of that engagement. Just 2 more points, and then I'll let you guys get to the drinks. I see Margaret Vestager here, and so I have to say another big step you could take, set a quantitative target to reduce the advertising revenue of the social media giants. This is a little different than what the DSA and even the DMA set out to do. But if you look at our societies, in 2015 was when a couple of the biggest social media companies turned toward platform-promoted content, right? That they feed you more of what they think you want, like we're all kids at a candy store before we get sick. What's happened since then, like a recent Chicago study showed that content on social media, it used to be 50 or more percent, the average teen got 50 or more percent of content that was registered as neutral, and then even more that was just sort of fun. But after this platform-promoted content, because that keeps people engaged, right, and on, more than 90% of the content was political and polarizing. That's what's killing our societies, but it's driving up advertising revenue. Google makes 80 to 100 billion a quarter in advertising revenue. Facebook about 20 billion. That money they plow into leading the AI race. So it's not only a societal imperative, it's important for the geopolitical positioning of Europe going forward to address that issue. Now, how do you do that? We can talk through what mechanisms there are, but the goal ought to be pretty clear. This is about money. and about translating that money into lasting geopolitical stances. And that leads me to my final point. Europe should stand up for its values, and in particular, stand up for transparency and anti-corruption. What we see in every US-backed peace initiative now is an effort to create a side stream of commercial benefits, particularly for those people who are involved, or the lucky members of the Board of Peace, or whatever. I think Europe has to make clear, none of our money will go into those projects, right? The goal in Gaza is to have the World Bank, but maybe even the EIB or the EBRD, pay for things like clearing the rubble, taking care of the Palestinians, wherever they will happen to be, so that commercial concessions can be granted to a set of insiders. There shouldn't be European money to that. There shouldn't be any public money for that. And there should be investigations of people who seek to benefit from that kind of political insider trading. That's standing up for values. By standing up for those values, it starts a dialogue with the government that is to come in the United States, so that people who rise to power in the United States next, and I think just as the last time we had massive corruption and abuse of power scandals, that government's going to be interested in governmental reform. And Europe will have helped set the agenda for it by casting light and limiting the ability of people to profit while they are in government service. That's a place where that kind of dialogue, whether it's on the, in any of these four areas, will create a real opportunity to build a transatlantic relationship for the next 40 or 50 years, so that your reports will have something to comment on.
Of course. Just before drinks, one question. You said that the Democratic Party would set up working groups, and that sounded as if you were not that sort of impressed by that. We in this country, we love working groups, or at least one working group. And with that, I cannot let you leave for asking what's your take on the Greenlandic situation? I mean, what is going on and what do you think will happen? Or just answer anything you like to that question before drinks.
Yeah. I think a few things. The first, it will come back. Trump never gives up an obsession.
Come back, so okay, yeah.
The issue will return. But I think he was extremely chastened and surprised. Not only that Denmark was as clear as it was, but that everyone joined with Denmark, including the UK. The reaction within the Republican base, to me, the most interesting thing was 20 Republican senators let Trump hear that they would vote to convict him in an impeachment if he used force. Now, would they? I don't know. But the fact that they would say that is a sign both of how the political winds are changing, but how strongly the transatlantic relationship is valued. And I think the more you can engage with people like that, so that he understands the costs, the better. I also think at an ECFR we've published a few things about what steps should be taken. I think prepare for a certain amount of hybrid warfare. Maybe you could go on a mission to Greenland. Because even though it's difficult in Greenland, I love the fact that with 57,000 people, it's difficult to mount a grassroots campaign because everyone knows everyone. But I think you will see some kind of a claim that there are public disturbances or that there's a grassroots movement that needs to be protected. And I would just take every step now to make that really difficult. Because time, this is my broader, time is his enemy, right? He's trying to do things that will get him to be remembered. They all take decades, whether it's Venezuelan oil or Greenlandic or Ukrainian critical minerals. He's got 2 or 3 years. So the more you limit that time frame, the less room he's got for this kind of adventurism.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And as you...
they sat through everything.
And as you said, it will be back. That was a Greenland issue. We will be back because this conference is part of a multi-annual project. So next year, you will be back. At least that's our hope. And you will also read the report, this one, but also the one next year and the years to come. And now we also should give a big hand of applause to Danske Bank for hosting us. And now we're going to have drinks. And watch out for Lars Løkke Rasmussen if he's out there doing his steps. Who knows? But drinks out there. Thank you so much.
Thank you to you.